If you haven't tried.
All right, I'll look into that.
As we discussed, really good VR games about killing zombies before we go live, which would have been about 2 minutes ago if I hadn't committed a crime of alcohol abuse in the form of letting my drink get stuck to its solid chrome coaster. And when it released it, yeah, there's a lot of really expensive whiskey all over the floor in here right now.
Lick it up.
Like,
putting a straw into the carpet.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping.
Depends on how much you vacuum.
The biggest one is just making sure I like none of the ice cubes ended up on top of the computer box, because that would have been a disaster. Not immediately.
Not good.
It would have been a disaster like sometime like in it. Like if I suddenly disappear in an hour. Yeah, if the stream goes dead, it's because of the ice cube I missed.
You know why?
Because that would be...
Yeah, my dog would be there in a heartbeat licking up all that whiskey. No. She's an alcoholic, I swear.
Oh, Lord. That was crazy. So, which reminds me, does everyone still have links to all of the stuff that you guys need to play while we're in our like pre-show chatter / previously, et cetera, et cetera? So the initiative counter and the sketch
I am
pad?
missing the sketch pad.
Okay. I can find that for you and send you that link.
I feel like if I just scroll up a little more, there it is. I found it.
Okay. I was like, I don't know how much you're going to need it tonight. I mean, most of the combat's probably going to be imaginary and then brief, and then we'll be making new characters from about 9:30 till 10. So.
Yeah, I'm thinking after Dwarf Ranger, I probably want to go Elf fighter. Maybe I'm barbarian.
Oh, come on! If you're gonna flip the narrative, gotta be spellcaster.
So like just human warlock. I mean, come on, guys.
A bard that doesn't know how to read music.
Oh, sure, yes. I'll just totally play the bard that doesn't know how to read music.
Yes.
Now you laugh. I had a buddy who had an illiterate bard. They were a barbarian. They picked one of the human variant barbarian races.
Barbarian.
And yes.
I've totally played a barbarian. It was the best.
Oh yeah. He was really into the whole stories of my people kind of vibe.
I was like a gladiator dragonborn that played pan flutes with my nostrils, so I could play 2 notes at the same time.
Don't ask him what notes they were, though.
I got nothing on that one. I'm just gonna let that go. Okay, so some quick housekeeping. Welcome to the stream. I am Lantern Noir, the host. This is my channel where I often play a variety of games. And I also run D&D once a week with an amazing crew of people who we will introduce after the opening reel. And we'll do a formal introductions. If you like what you see, please give a follow and a subscribe, just like my dear friend Nebula, who didn't have to because she's welcome on the show anytime. But I do want to make a point of saying thank you for subscribing again. I can't believe I've been doing this for 5 months.
No, it's crazy to think about like how fast time flies.
Indeed. And I try not to look at my highlights from when I started. Because, wow. It's amazing what happens.
It's good to know how you've grown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all got to start somewhere.
Amen to that. So we'll do the previously after the opening credits. I think we're going to run those, and then we'll do a round robin around the table, which would be Nebula, Adam, Azteki, and Spinny, Jeremy, after we come out of the credits, and then we'll get down to our previously on. So let's go ahead and queue up those opening titles.
Time to warm up the dice. Prepare the snacks. Will there be safe passage or brutal attacks? The players come from everywhere on Lantern Noir. Elves, dwarves, giants, and dragons is what you are. So pull up a chair. Get ready for the next campaign. It'll be a hell of a lot more fun than sitting in the rain. For the next 5 hours, time is gonna move a lot faster. Thanks to your imagination and your fabulous dungeon master. Lantern Noir presents.
All right, and welcome officially to the Mists of Ever Twilight, Book 2, Act 1. My name is Rob. I stream under the name Lantern Noir, and I am going to be your host and dungeon master this evening. You can find me here at Lantern Noir. I am not yet on the Twitters, but I am on the Facebook by the same name. It's not hard to find. And we'll allow everyone to give an introduction and where to find you on the web and who you're playing this evening.
I am Nebula, and I am playing Samara Starfall, the Elven Wizard. And yes, you can find me on the Twitters and the Instagrams, as well as I have a Discord channel, and that's my spiel.
My name is Adam. I'm playing Dagon Bjorn, the human fighter bouncer tavern brawler, and don't look for me online because you won't find me.
Hey, I'm also a Rob. As Techie, the human paladin, I also don't do the Internet of Things, but I like hanging out with everybody.
My name is Jeremy, aka Spinny, and I stream sometimes. I'm on Facebook, and I'm be playing Frederick the Dwarven Ranger.
Cool. See if that'll go through now. There we go. All right. So previously, when we started in on book 2, you had the prologue. Azteki, our paladin, had discovered that he has faith as he took the oath of Ravenkind to become a paladin of that ancient, nearly forgotten order. Highlights of which included... There are my notes. That a oath to annihilate the unholy, preserve the righteous, let souls pass on, and the acceptance of the inevitability of death. Time and date to be determined at a later time.
Yeah, that's a solid oath.
Yes. After battling your way back out of the ancient temple, you found your way towards a town where the guard bells were ringing to signal the coming of the night. On your way, you passed a young couple sneaking their way out into the forest who gave you chase. Welcome aboard, Sonic. And you weren't able to catch. You gave up, followed into town to discover that there is a regular attack on the town after sunfall by some creature. And you organize with some other people to go back out into the forest to try to find the kids, and that would be where we left off. Any housekeeping issues or questions y'all want to talk about before we officially get into the roleplay aspect of the evening?
Good to go here.
I think I'm ready for the next. Onward.
That'll work. All right. When we last saw you, you were standing outside the tavern, which was called I had to rename it. I didn't like the one I came up with on the fly. The Second Home Inn and Tavern. You had met up with a member of the town guard, who is a parent of one of the two who snuck out of town. And they were heading off to find the other parent when we started off. This would be a good chance to, if there are questions y'all want to ask of him before he runs off, or if you want to go with him, that's entirely an option. The tavern keeper themselves are planning to stay behind.
I was going to roll my knowledge undead since I'm a hunter of undead.
Okay, that's a great place to kick it off. We'll start off with some exposition. Which next time I'm out, I really want to get do a better job of having these things pre-printed to hand out to you guys. It's a little more fun that way. And the dice roll. Okay.
I think we'll probably stick with the first one.
Oh, you roll at advantage?
Yeah, for knowledge and tracking of things that are my prey, which are undead.
That makes sense. Yay for favorite enemies. My favorite t-shirt still of all time remains a woman I passed at Gen Con 50, whose t-shirt read, "I'm a ranger. My favorite enemy is the patriarchy." I was trying to time that. I was sure I could get come out of Nebula's nose.
You were close. You were close.
Okay. So you reflect on, they use the term banshees. So you immediately start to think about things you know. Keywords that leap to mind: incorporeal, ghostly, dead elves, and the scream. There's definitely some things to be worried about in that sense. You have not yet encountered one, and you don't have a lot of first-hand, like even second-hand knowledge of beating them. One guy you passed in your hunting claimed to have encountered one and defeated it, and gave credit to a silver enchanted blade he had been using. Specifics.
We don't have a ton of weapons to fight a banshee, as far as I can tell. And of course, you can shoot it with your fireballs, and you can smite it with your magic. But the two of us are, I mean, we can grab the kids and come back. There's not going to be a ton we can do.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, when I picture banshee, I don't know why. I know they're like ghostly or incorporeal, but I picture them as like long claws. I don't know why.
Probably Warcraft 3 or World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I don't know.
That would not be inconsistent with your experiences. A lot of undead are known to develop claws as part of their attacks.
Also, there's definitely a scream we need to worry about, and I don't know any way of defending against that. It's probably psychic, not just noises.
Is there any like way I could have like do I have a shield that I could like?
I got like
surround us
protect
with?
from good and evil or something like that. That's supposed
would
to
probably be
did Banshee's charm? I think they charm, right? At least they did it.
Depending on the banshee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know that it has anti-charm properties.
Yeah, it could definitely come in handy, I think.
How many people can you cast protection from good and evil on?
I think it's just one.
That's not enough.
Oh.
Let me look. But it's right on your thing. Now, bear in mind, you've got one spell left today.
Yeah, I was about to say, also, how many spells do you have left?
The creature, one willing creature you touch.
Oh, so they also have to be within touching range.
Uh-huh.
Not the best situation. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
tapped out on spells also.
I doubt you want to get that close to the banshee.
That being said, our goal should remain getting the kids back, not necessarily fighting the banshee at this time, since we're not at full strength.
That's true. I mean, the focus should be about like trying to like get the kids away, and
So our plan is to bravely run away.
well, it's to rescue
With
the
the
kids
children, but yes,
and
bravely run
ideally,
away.
ideally get back to the town without taking damage from evil banshee.
Gather whatever information we can, because banshee may be incorrect. We're not exactly sure if that's what it is, so
Right.
it's a scouting mission.
Yeah, gather intel as well.
Civilians to rescue.
Well,
town
maybe
guard-
we could just take horses.
Town guard looks at you and goes, the scouting mission to save my child. Scouting mission, huh?
Yeah, to save your child. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to fight it. We're going to save your child. That's the goal.
Yeah, you got nothing to worry about that.
'Cause
I mean, that part's in the bag.
If you're not taking this seriously, we can handle this.
Oh, have you handled it in the
Oh,
past?
no.
It just comes back. Is that how that works?
Ooh,
We keep.
Frederick's getting spicy.
I'll meet you at the gate in a few
The
minutes.
goal is to get your kids. The goal is to get. You are 100% correct.
All right, let me go see if I can find if Johan's still at the store, and we'll get him and see if he'll come along. I don't think we need to round up too many of the guard for this, hopefully, because I think you're right. We should get them and get back
That
within
sounds
the
good.
walls. Get them safe. And he takes off down one of the roads in town and kind of disappears around the corner, giving you a few more moments to yourselves to plan or connoiter. unless one of you plans to go with him.
Want to help?
I mean, would there be a purpose in going with him? Like, I don't know.
I just don't make decisions for you guys. That's your job.
You want to have your Raven extension check out, see if we can figure out about which ways they went, and I'll also take a look and see if I can figure it out.
Oh, send out Steve?
Right, Steve. Yes.
Yeah, I'll ask Steve to go look out for us.
I mean, yeah, ravens are good at hunting, right? So maybe we'll be able to figure out where they went, and I'll see if I can't get a trail.
Let's see here. Let me see if I haven't even looked to see if I have a stat block for ravens yet. That would be probably useful.
I'm probably rolling investigation, right?
Are you trying to track it? Track them?
Not the raven, but track them, yeah.
Okay. That is a useful stat block. Huh. All right. So, Jeremy, what is your plan then? Or are you just giving me advice for the raven?
No, that was, I figure we'll both try to see if we can figure out which way they went.
Okay. So you're starting off now without the rest of the guards, or you're going to wait for them first?
I was going to see if I could look while they were going. Not like follow the path, but just find a path to follow.
Okay. When you guys get to the town gates, nearest where you came in, there's not a lot so much to speak to as far as like a trail to follow. You have to kind of get off a bit, and you find a stretch of wall that they appear to have been able to climb over fairly easily. And there seems to be a trail that starts there. If you want to roll from that point on, you're not that far from the gates, so it's not a huge jump to see. And I don't have a dice roller on my end. What am I going to use for a dice roller on my end?
Wait, you can't roll?
Well, you guys are using your character.
Roll a d20 for you?
Nah. That's to find a quick online dice thing.
We'd be able to see it. That's not. Yes, I see.
I have a couple of online dice I've used in the past. Actually,
can I definitely see where our tavern brawler ran off after them clumsily?
13.
And my tracks are probably clear as day.
Let's see. Good old Google, I think, has a built-in one. There it is. You know, the resident dice roller in Google is not the easiest thing to find. I'm just going to put that thought out there. We got a lot of stuff around it, unfortunately. Okay. See how we do. Okay. Yeah, you can pick up a trail, and as you're about to start to follow it, the guardsman comes around the gate looking for you with another gentleman. The second guy is much better dressed, with a jacket, long coat, actually is wearing a top hat, and is carrying a fairly large studded cane with him that he's kind of tapping against his hand as he comes around. So he looks like he sort of knows what he's doing. And they spot you and start coming across the field, and you can see the tracks of the kids going out into the forest. As you start to find a trail you can follow. So you at least have enough to get yourself started. As Techie, Steve is able to, has not yet found them, but he's trying to get, he's going to be going into a forest, which isn't exactly the easiest place to be tracking from. He'll need some better directions if you want to guide him to an area, but he can't just like get up and look down and go, oh yes, there they are, and radio that back to you. There's that silly thing called cover and stuff.
We need like a flying squirrel companion for this situation.
You're already ragging on Steve. He's just trying to help out, man.
No, I'm not ragging on Steve. I'm just suggesting for the next familiar we pick up, maybe a flying squirrel or a large spider.
I'm not okay. So let's just play this out for a second. As Techie's walks up to a girl in the bar, and says, "Hi, I'm a paladin of Ravenkind," and you're thinking the way to one up him is to walk up to him and go, "Yeah, I'm a paladin of the flying squirrel."
Way of
if
the
you've
acorn.
if you've ever played Magic the Gathering, you know how intimidating squirrels can be.
I'm not sure I'm seeing it, but okay. Let's see. The first gentleman, the guardsman. Hey, Bad Wolf, welcome aboard. Glad to have you here tonight. The guardsman introduces himself as, where are my notes when I need my notes? There it is. Says, I go by Yart Crabblestone. This is Johann Tanner. He runs the local mercantile. And Johann tips his hat toward you. Johann Tanner of the Magpie Pantry. I understand my child has decided to do something most inadvised. You have a trail we can follow?
Yes, I'm Killingsworth the Ranger. Killingsworth, that's a different game. I'm Frederick the Ranger.
Ooh, we've upgraded our nom.
It's usually the name I use is Killingsworth, but I was playing a different game. I'm so sorry.
Well, hey,
I would support that if you want to lie.
Frederick
Like, you could be
Killingsworth.
I don't want to lie. I have no reason to lie. Let's not do that.
I'm not sure I can fit the whole thing on your name plaque, but you could be Frederick K.
Frederick Killingsworth.
I'm
totally.
down with that.
I definitely do get my Killingsworth when we play.
Anywho,
The puns.
but Johann taps his cane against his hand a few more times. Let's get these two before something unfortunate befalls them. You have a trail, right? Well, then lead on, my good man.
Go.
Please.
I lead on.
All right. So you start up through the clearings towards the tree line. Steve is going to start to scout ahead as best he can. I'll roll a few more perception tests for him to see if he spots anything. And see what happens. Meanwhile, I'm going to...
Stecchi, let me know if Steve sees anything.
I'm going to need another tracking roll, which I believe is going to fall under... I feel like we're now into the realm of perception. I believe.
I totally am not good at that.
Or survival?
No, it was just a bad roll.
Oh. Yeah, let me get down where I can see. I was dealing with something else here. And got on the wrong screen. There it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you've got a good trail. You can definitely see where they've been. Let me see if...
Yeah, this whole time, too, Dagan's like, I've known Freddy forever. He's the best tracker, bar none. I mean, these kids were going to find him. He's going to find
is the
them.
problem. And there's all these, like dirt, not stone. Stone is so much better for holding tracks, as all of you know.
Well, because it's different. When you're tracking on cobblestones, you're looking for things that are dislodged. You're looking for some changes in masonry. You're looking for mud that shouldn't be where it is. Like, any mud is a sign. And now you're seeing a lot of mud.
Just all mud? What?
And unfortunately...
You could also be looking for broken branches, on the ground, twigs or whatever.
There's no broken branches in cities. I mean, come on.
Just overturned
not in
carriages.
cities. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Fruit carts, cabbage vendors screaming at like tiny bald guys in the distance.
No, but in the forest.
Steve is not finding anything to help right now. He's like, you can see where he's like going up and down through the canopy of the forest, trying to get a line on things. But when he comes down, his sight's limited to what is around him because there's trees. And when he gets up, he's not seeing anything, which is somewhat of a disappointment because you'd think by, new toy would work better.
It's okay. I have faith in Steve. He's out of his element right now.
So do I. I mean, honestly, like, I think I know what I'm doing. I think he knows what he's doing. Things are going to be great.
And then
You
Whoever
didn't
these
buy
kids in no
Steve on
time.
Wish, did you?
then you
If
hear
you
a
bought Steve on
howl
Wish, he wouldn't be here yet.
in the distance, echoed by a second.
Ah, yes, the trail leads right towards that howling. We should go.
Is that either one of you? Does that sound like one of your kids? I mean, I don't know.
My good sir,
All I know
hope
is they're
not.
fast.
I must say,
I'm trying hard not to laugh because that's really funny.
We don't know what they're getting up to out here. Am I going to have to, like, roll diplomacy or handle animal when we get there is the real question.
Oh, why did I organize my notes better?
Well, I'm assuming
There.
that we want to walk and head towards maybe the howling. I don't know. Is that what we're
suggest
looking for?
Running towards the howling, not walking.
Okay. Give me another tracking roll then, another perception or investigation. You can pick.
We'll do perception because howling, right?
Sure.
I just like to jump in here real quick, and it's not
those
Jeopardy.
rolls.
It's not everything doesn't have to be like a question in the form of a question. Over there.
Oh, wow. I'm going to take this
Yeah,
moment to
someone
remind
else
our audience that
Can roll.
as you watch, or not to push it too hard, but followers get a bonus to this, you can buy rerolls for the party. I'm going to go ahead and put their
Freddie needs one.
I'm going to go ahead and put their current rolls up here on the screen for everybody, just so you have an idea of what
Not doing too hot over
exactly
here.
is going on.
They have been very helpful on more than one occasion.
Yeah, we call them twists of fate. The party currently has none at their disposal. So, on that note, oh yeah, you definitely. Not only are you sure they're towards the sound of the wolves, but you think you've got tracks.
Yes, let's go. They must be in that direction.
Let's see here. I'm gonna pop over to here. Let's see how Steve is doing. Yep, that's how Steve is doing. Roll die against. Okay, let's go throw some more dice against the back of my screen here for a second. Okay, that's one. You know what I need to find? I just need to find a sound file to play. So, because the one thing that's missing here is there is no. You can't watch me pick up dice and throw them and then look down on them. There's no sound effect. I feel like I should have that sound effect, you know?
That would be neat.
Yeah. Just so you can go, why is he rolling so many dice?
Flex your DM
Just
power.
break out those real dice and just hold them right up to the microphone and just drop them.
Okay. So you start moving and the howls continue as they're echoed by various other wolves in that general direction. And you definitely have a good solid track now. You can actually see some boot prints, and many of you are in agreement that he's looking at boot prints. And then, hey, Dante and Pink, welcome aboard. Pink, I'm going to get you hooked up when we get to our first break. And we'll talk about that situation in a moment. As you kind of continue in that direction, Yurt, the guardsman, pauses for a second, holds back from the group, and looks at Johan, the merchant, and looks up and he goes, I don't think they would go towards the wolves, do you? And Johan shakes his head. No, in fact, if I remember rightly, in my youth, we had a particular tree that had grown up far enough to have a nice hollows under it, which would be this direction. Perhaps we should split off. We will investigate that way, and you can continue to investigate the wolves.
No, you know your kid's better than us. We should probably follow you to wherever that is.
Well, but if you're confident you've got a good track, sir, I would hate to dissuade a man of skill at pursuit just on a hunch of an old father.
I mean, Steve's a lot faster than us. Steve could just go check it out, and if it's not them, we can just head with them.
And Steve would be...
We've got a raven
Yes, we have a raven
that
named
can report
Steve.
back the status of trees.
Right, so I am to explain a particular tree that young lovers flock to a
No,
bird.
he could check out the wolves, and then
Oh, well, that makes sense too.
he'll know where the wolves are. He won't know where the tree is. Sorry, I didn't mean to be confusing.
I'm not entirely confident that makes it any more sensible. But I'm not an expert. You don't tell me how to price a particular bit of fabric. I shan't tell you how to track.
Well,
I thought you made food. Okay, never mind.
well, I mean, the tracks lead towards the wolves.
Mhm.
I mean, I think it warrants checking out. I don't know if we should split up or not.
I think they can handle themselves. Yeah, let's go check out the blueprints. If you guys need anything to yell,
Right.
Yes.
And they separate off down the path. Now, which way is Azteki? Which way are you directing Steve? Is he going ahead of you towards the howling? Or is he going off with the two gentlemen in the opposite direction?
Oh, I think it's a good idea.
yeah,
Let's
I like that
let's
idea,
have
'cause then we'll at least know what's going on over there if they need our help.
yeah.
Agreed.
Steve can report back.
Okay. So Steve takes off flying, branch to branch ahead of the two gentlemen as they stomp through the underbrush. You're like trailblazing for the two of them, just pushing through everything, and Johanna's following along, kind of clearing things with his cane club and complaining loudly about the mud on his shoes.
Hey, you guys, if that guy doesn't make it, I got dibs on his hat.
Yeah, man, I want that club. I wasn't going to say anything, but
I don't get jealous often, but right now, maybe a little bit.
well,
Upgrade the
we'll see if
bowler?
he fits. I don't think you can
Heck
upgrade
yeah.
the bowler. It's more like a side.
Well, the bowler would be like my fighting hat, and then that would be like my thinking hat.
For
Just
all the thinking
puts
the
on
fighter
the
has to
thinking
do.
hat.
A man of many hats.
Okay, Jeremy, I need another roll as you continue to push your way into a dell from which you are hearing the howls echoing off the sides of the hills and mountains. And welcome aboard, Black Cell. Glad to have you. Now there we go. It's unfortunate it came this late, but you finally got one. You start to hear it now. Your
Looking
guidance.
for over a 10 this whole time.
Yeah. Up until this time, the party's been following out, and it almost feels like you're not just going towards one howl, but to a series of them that are actually feeling like they're surrounding you as you continue into the center. And you take a pause and kneel down and look and realize you're following tracks that are probably 2 days old. Like, they're good, solid boot prints. They're just not fresh, and there's only one set of them.
Guys, these are old boot prints. I'm sorry.
So then they couldn't have been from the kids. They had to have been from somebody else.
See if we can catch up with them over
So-
in Steve's direction.
All right. Yeah. Hurry up and try to see if we can catch up to those two before they find the real trouble.
Or before the wolves find them first.
Or that too. Yes.
And
It
almost,
sounds like we're getting surrounded here.
and as Dagon says that, you hear a series of howls in rapid succession, almost in that Dolby surround sound effect, and start to hear the crashing of underbrush moving in your general direction. from 4 sides. Do you intend to stand and fight, or are you going to start to move with all due haste?
I mean, I don't have any spells, so I kind of want to run.
Bravely retreating. Bravely running away.
Well, our goal was to save the children, not to fight a bunch of wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We're trying to find the children before the banshee gets to them, you know, if and when that happens.
That being said, I won't feel bad shooting one while we're leaving if we have to.
Yeah, I think the woods would be safer if we were gonna pick a fight with something. I'm always down.
I don't want to pick a fight, but if nature needs to be called for the good of the city, we'll do what we have to do.
Well, don't wolves, they like track their prey? So like we run off, we lead these wolves right to these kids.
I don't know. I think
That's a valid-
also wolves. You can just be like,
It's
or
a
is that
valid
bears?
point.
Is that bears?
I think that's bears. I'm not an expert. I can ping the biologist behind me, though, if you really need a ruling on that.
I mean, I was under the impression wolves didn't like being around humans very much.
Well, they're getting closer. So far,
We're
it
gonna
seems
have
to
to
be
teach them why.
2.5 votes for run, a half a vote for stay.
Democracy, let's run.
All right, run.
I'll stick in the rear just in case they catch up to us.
Yeah, and well, they're coming from 4 sides, so are we running towards one and we'll just take that one out? What's the goal?
Well, you can retrace your steps theoretically.
Right, can't we just like turn around and go right back the way we came?
Is there a howl coming from behind us?
Probably not. Maybe. You're starting to lose track.
We're gonna find out.
You start to crash through the underbrush. Who's trailblazing, by the way?
Go. Guy with the shield first.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm connected with Steve, and so I'm trying to find my way to Steve.
That is a good decision. You know right where, I mean, you instinctively know how to get to him. And you confirm after a moment of meditation that he is still keeping up with the 2 gentlemen. So I'm assuming the plan is to put the shield in front, put the hand behind the shield, and start to push heavily through the brush as fast as you can.
Yes, exit post haste.
Okay. That seems like a viable plan. I would love, though, if you would throw some dice, though, about it, just to see what kind of wonderful thing befalls you in the process.
So what am I rolling?
I think I want to see you roll that survival wisdom.
Is he rolling to track where the bird is? Or
He's
to push
rolling
through
not to
stuff?
do something like run shield first into the side of a large tree or pell-mell off a
Yeah,
cliff.
that's actually what I was thinking too, like right into a tree, because I'm like, wait.
Having taken my horse at full gallop in Red Dead Online more than once across country and gone straight off a cliff to my own death, I kind of know what happens when you are not looking where you're going.
So it's like he's just like literally like this. Yeah.
I've been there.
You got to install periscopes on shields.
Oh, hey, Aaron, welcome
we
aboard.
can work on that.
Glad to have the lilting otter in the chat tonight. So yeah, you drop your hand behind your shield. You start to push. You're kind of glancing out over it. You're heading straight in towards, beelining in. You can hear the wolves starting to keep pace in the distance on either side of you. It's almost as though you're like trying to run out of a horseshoe that keeps sliding along with you. But you are just slightly, maybe, giving them a sense that you might not be worth bringing down because there's 4 big of you and X of them, X most likely being greater than 4.
Can I see any of them yet?
Yeah, I was going to ask if we can spot them.
Because I'm totally going to shoot one.
Sure, give me a quick perception check. Lilting, we are playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We are in Act 1 of Book 2. This particular episode is called Something screeching this way comes. A 17. Yes, behind you, you do spot a wolf as it's kind of like making its way, following your trail, more or less.
We are making quite the trail, just
Yeah.
with the shield in front of us running at full speed.
Yeah, there is definitely no effort to hide where you've been at this point. Generations from now, they'll be able to follow this particular path.
It's a good strategy.
It's working.
Well, that's a relative term, my friend. Let's see what we got.
Well, this is my frame of reference, and in my frame of reference, it's working.
In my reality, I reject your reality and substitute my own.
It's the only way to live.
What am I looking for? The 12 will actually not hit. As you turn around and loose an arrow behind you,
to stop following us.
It actually leaps up on the side of a tree and bounces off of it and comes back onto the trail around your arrow shot.
That was pretty cool, guys. I'm getting kind of
Impressive.
scared.
And then
That's one agile wolf
and
there.
it pauses as it hits the path you've created and kind of does a scan around it to continue to take stock before beginning to creep more slowly towards you as you run. Checking in with Steve, the Raven. The two gentlemen who parted with you have reached this kind of I don't want to call it a cubby, but there's a large willow tree that has grown up out of the ground. Its roots are exposed, and there has been, like, with the way things have eroded, there's a depression in the ground, probably about 20, 30 feet across. It slopes down the hill. That makes a nice spot where it's fairly secluded from 3 out of 4 sides. You wouldn't be able to see anything going on in there without making a point of getting to the edge of it. And they've come up on it, and the Raven gets up in position to look, and at that moment you slam into a branch and have to push out of the way and lose your moment of meditation because you're running, and think maybe you should focus on where you're going. As you continue to crash through the forest, the wolves are continuing to howl. Their distance between you and they is starting to sound like it's increasing. They're not giving as much of a chase, but they're definitely making it clear to you that they have not yet given up hope.
I will take another shot if it's time yet.
Perception test.
No, I don't see any wolves.
No, you don't. Wolves?
I did, though. I'm totally ready.
What wolves?
We must have lost them.
We just lost them, guys.
Oh, good news. We're in the clear.
Good news, everyone. We've lost them.
And like on cue, there's another howl from your left.
Guess not.
When you approach them, you come up over a small hill and around a few trees, and you can see again, I don't know what to call it, the clearing space. And there is indeed the gentleman merchant, the guardsman, and the 2 young people. Now that you're close enough to get a good look at them, there it is. They both look to be, they're both human. Everyone that you've come across is human. The young lady looks to be about 16 to 18-ish. And the boy is about the same age. They're making a case that it wasn't that big of a deal, that this is only the first night of the full moon. It's not likely anything's going to happen. Why can't they have some privacy? Yeah. Teenager.
It's just the first night of the purge, guys. Nothing really happens on the first night of the purge.
Right. Well, we are new to this area, so we are unfamiliar with, how and when this
Well, I don't think we got enough
banshee
to
likes to
talk
show
to
up.
them yet. Right? We're still running towards them?
No, you've
are
come
we?
up on them. You are
Okay.
present and ready to engage in anything you want to say. I'm going to do my best to ricochet between
Guys, there
4
are wolves
NPCs.
behind us. And I think they were still chasing us at last we checked, but I wasn't 100% sure. And I will be scanning with my bow drawn, ready to shoot.
Yes, we may or may not have brought wolves here. Sorry.
And the guardsman, at the mention of wolves, the guardsman pulls out a short blade. Wolves don't usually range this far unless they come in a large pack. There's always something bigger in these woods. And as he says it,
That thing is going to be us.
You can hear the howl, a round of howls again, as they are starting to surround this particular location. And they start to you can hear them taking up. You almost can hear them in the underbrush, taking positions to surround you.
Well, I guess into the tree.
I'm gonna just step kind of out towards the house and just like scream bloody murder, trying to spook them off.
Oh yeah, totally. I want to assist in that.
I would love to see an intimidation check just for the giggles. I mean, it's not likely to do a lot, but stranger things have happened. There we go. That's up and working. Okay, that's not half bad. You can actually hear the sounds of, like, from the way you came, you can hear the wolves going the other direction.
And if you ever come back, we'll kill you.
I think my internet's working a little too hard tonight. Okay, so there's that. And then here's, let me give you really quick to kind of do this so you have a sense of what's going on around you. And turn that off for now. That'll work for our purposes. Let me put that out so everyone can see what I'm sketching out. I'll throw some tokens on here.
So that's just like one big tree? Question mark.
The brown shape in the front is, each of these represents one tree. So there's a tree, there's a tree, there's a tree, 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 tree. Your trail.
So that big one is the one that's hollowed out, yeah?
Yeah, so there are, lots of roots that come out that are kind of holding this piece of dirt up. And the rest of it's kind of washed away over time to create this really neat point of seclusion. It's kind of hard not to be slightly impressed with their decision to seek this out as a place to go.
Yes, good choice.
job,
If it weren't for
teenagers.
the fact that there's a banshee and wolves, then, this would be a perfect spot.
There weren't wolves until we got here. That's kind of our fault. I'm just gonna
True.
put that out there.
True.
I'd like to go take a look at this tree. Is it like every lover's tree that just has millions of initials carved in it?
Like hearts.
No,
Yeah.
it is completely unmarred.
What?
Oh, they respect it.
You
They'll
notice
use it
that there
for-
are some carvings on a handful of the other trees at different heights. Some of them, you can see where some of them have slowly faded and crept up, showing, I think, what you were looking for on a larger scale, but you don't see it on the actual willow itself. The kids and the two parents continue to fuss at each other. and are starting to.
Can you guys fuss inside the tree?
Well, there's not really inside per se. It sits up on dirt. The most you have is a little bit of a hollow in here in this area. But I mean, we're only talking 4 feet maybe underneath the tree itself. It's just a nice clearing
If you're
space.
next to a tree, then you can't be flanked by wolves.
That's true.
At this, the young lady snaps in your direction. You had to bring more people to tell us what to do. It's not enough that you two had to come out here, but you had to hire a bunch of sellswords?
At this point, I'm gonna nudge. And I can never remember your character's name. The tavern brawler. I'm like, can you just yell at them?
Yeah, I got this. I'm gonna say, hey, listen here, you squirt. You're just lucky you have a father. You should be listening. There's so many kids that ain't as lucky as you.
Just like old times. Getting a little nostalgic.
At that, there's another baying sound in the distance that cuts off mid-howl. And then you clearly hear the sounds of animals crashing away from this location. The loudest are probably the wolves, but you also hear dozens of birds take flight. As Techie,
I have a
even
feeling.
Steve is not
Bad feeling about
comfortable.
this. Oh,
Okay, so is it time to go?
Yeah, we got the kids. That was our goal. It's time to go.
yeah. I have a bad feeling about this if we stay. Bad feeling.
Yeah,
Well,
I need
we
to
know
get
these
back
kids are
to
fast.
Rocky nature, and not woody nature.
Yep, that's all the ones I'm looking for. Okay, as Nebula says this, the area you are standing suddenly feels as though the temperature has dropped 30 degrees. You feel as though you should be able to see your own breath at the sudden chill that falls over it, and the silence that matches it. There's no sound of wind. There's no sound of animals. It's simply cold and quiet. It actually, for a moment, makes a graveyard feel comforting. And as you
I'm gonna pull my two hand axes out.
Not a bad plan. As you take a moment to appreciate the sudden shift in the weather, you glance up towards the tree, and through the trunk glides an astral form of a woman or young woman in a tattered dress. And as she passes through the tree, she remains somewhat of a shimmering shape. And as she descends down behind the two kids, her body begins, you no longer can see through her. You can see her actually take form on the physical plane. She reaches her hands up and screams at your party. And you don't hear it as much as you feel it in the back darkest parts of your soul. Roll initiative.
This is the part where we run. Oh, hey, 20. Thanks a lot for joining us.
It's a good time to
Mine
get a 20.
hasn't quite made it.
It's a good time for a 20. Respect the 20.
It's hard to respect it when it's a big B.
Okay. Let me just really quick get all these onto the board. Figure out where we all are. Take a moment to pause because you have a chance to breathe. Sort of.
Yeah, I think I just peed a little bit.
She's a little bit scarier than you, bro. I'm not saying this to be mean, just like, I'm going to take the pointers and be honest with you.
I'm gonna hang out with this techie behind him, I think.
So we have kid, we have kid, we have dad, we have dad. I'm going to let everyone. Well, that's super creepy. Thank you. I try very hard actually to get super creepy. There we go.
End up between the kids and the dads arguing.
And then you guys are all gaggled over here. I need to put down a token for Nebula. And then we're good to go. And I'll update the board
His
and we'll.
hat's not there.
Yeah.
Must have lost it.
He took it off in anger. It's somewhere back on the trail.
How dare those children? I'll make them pick up my hat.
He was frustrated.
Well, that's mine now.
And just generically angry. And
He could just make a new one too, since apparently he makes clothes and not like pie. I don't know why I thought pie.
yeah, because the name of
I was thinking pastries too.
the name of the General Mercantile is the Magpie Pantry.
Pantry, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I admit it has a certain it evokes a certain sense of bakery, but
It's okay. It's just a personal confusion.
yeah, absolutely. All right, let me update the initiative tracker then, so you guys can see where everybody landed. Let's see. There's that. Encounters. There they go. And we got to add in. Ew. Oh, that's because it's under creatures. Like, I made a stat block for this. And why did it not update? We're having a mild recognization. Well, it's good to be recognized. Welcome aboard. We actually have a moment we can respond to chat because I have to do all the paperwork to get combat started. One of the worst parts about D&D. Frederick has a 20. Jeez. Okay, so Frederick's going first by a very healthy margin, followed by Azteki. Holy cow. Could you guys have possibly burned through all of this any better?
Yes.
I'm saving my 20s, okay? I'm saving him for when it counts.
True.
Yeah, I would
Fair.
tend to agree with that general strategy.
I
Well,
don't like
it's
going
not,
west.
It's not point array, so I technically didn't spend anything.
Okay, let me reset the. There it goes. That shows now. I just had to reset the initiative tracker there. So now everyone who's watching can see what's going on. And welcome, Nerd Girl. Glad to have you chilling out with us tonight as we play some D&D. I need to do one bit of housekeeping because I need to remember how to do this, which is to grant Pinkmon. How do you add moderators?
You should be able to do it from by clicking on the name.
Okay.
Like you should be able to.
Can you give me the
By
that
clicking
link?
on the name, and then there should be maybe not.
Here
an
comes a
option.
menu. It's chewing on it. I have a lot going on my system, and it's not a happy camper. There it is. Either I just made you mod or I just shut you up. I'm not sure which. Cool.
Yeah, there should be a couple options: mod, ban, timeout.
Okay. Well, it's a little fuzzy to me because I also, when someone says I'm going to mod you, my first instinct is not I'm going to grant you a badge which gives you power. It's I'm going to shut you up. So,
Oh, really? I figured it'd be like
Right.
modify like forcefully. Or
well, that
something.
too. But in the context of a chat room, I would tend to think to mod someone is to moderate them, which is to shut them up. But neither here nor there. But Pinkmon
I
has.
can't get the initiative tracker to refresh. On my screen, it just says the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm going to throw
we
this.
need like updated links.
Yep. Let me throw this in the chat. It's been a while since we played, so it's not impossible that the everything has kind of decayed a bit. So there's your initiative tracker.
It's the same letters. I don't know.
Yeah, it took me a second for it to refresh on my end too. But when I did, everything popped up, so I can see the player version of this with your hit points, what you have left, and everybody else going down the list.
Yeah, there you go. I can see it.
All right,
Oh,
cool.
y'all hadn't got a 1.
Pinkmon has volunteered to act as our greeter, moderator, and updater for the evening.
Yay!
So he's going to be chilling out with us. He is a friend of a friend.
Food.
We met through Indoor Adventurer, who is an amazing content creator. I aspire to be a third of the creator he is when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons streams. And so he's a great guy and runs a great show that's up way more often than we are. But he has a good time with it. So Pinkmon has agreed to kind of chill out with us tonight and be a hand-on. And so when people pop in, he's volunteered to be the one to say, here's what they're playing, here's where they are, do you need an update, here's who's dead, which is going to be a lot of you in a second.
Okay. I know. It'll be me.
So your first encounter with a creature of questionable corporeality.
Second,
What was the first?
the 3 ghosts.
Yeah, the spirits.
The
You did?
spirit, yeah, the
But-
spirits.
Did you try to kill them?
I mean,
Yes.
yes.
I think we actually did kill her.
That's fair.
With the what was it? The wand. The
We had a way to
Wand.
make them corporeal. That's the difference.
That's true. Although this one is now physically there. You can see without having to make a roll that she has left an impression in the dirt, and that she is physically there.
That's good because my roll perception is garbage.
Yes, it is. Not gonna lie. It is not good. Speaking of which,
So,
though,
my turn first.
Frederick gets to act first. What are you doing?
I'm gonna say this is when we run, and I'm going to shoot. And I know that sounds contradictory, but the goal is for the kids to leave with the parents, and then we run.
I think the best bet is for us to like give the kids and the parents like a head start. That way, like we protect them, shield them, so that they can run away first, and then we follow behind them, type of thing.
I
That's what I thought.
agree. I think that's a great plan. We have no choice. We have to sacrifice the kids. And then leave them to certain doom as we get our
No,
escape.
that is not what I said.
That's what I heard.
Not at all what I said.
All right, Frederick, give me
I'm
that
pretty
attack
sure,
roll.
like, you are like what is the word for it? You're like quested to kill all undead. So, worst case scenario, if we're gonna leave someone, it's gonna be you and Steve, right? While we run away.
Yeah, Stecky, you got this, right?
You-
I mean,
you
you're
swore.
oath and all.
You
It's
swore
a
an oath.
legitimate strategy.
Oh my gosh,
You
these
swore an oath.
rolls.
Ooh. How did he used to say that? Swing and a miss. Yeah, you pull back. That arrow is like, it doesn't even succeed in hitting the tree, which is good because you don't want to hurt the tree.
It's like a nice tree that no one has carved initials in. So I totally agree with
Exactly.
that.
It's. Well, I'll let you ask about that later if y'all survive.
Can't
I
damage
was like,
the
oh wait, I
tree.
can't hit the tree.
Toggle wide view. There's my button. Baggin. What are you up to?
I am going to throw myself between the kids and the banshee, and I'm going to turn to the kids and I'm going to say, "What are you waiting for? Get out of here!" And then I am going to I'm going to attack the banshee. See what happens.
Okay. So you throw yourself into the fray, pushing the kids out of the way. Let's see. That is going to be...
My rolls aren't great either.
Well, let me double check there. I think you might be... roll me damage on one of your 2 hand axes. Specifically the first. Okay. You get in and you slash into it with one of the 2 blades. You manage to connect as it throws its claws back and forth in front of itself. It swipes one blade away, and as it comes back to block the other, it lands square in her arm. And you watch as this phosphorus blue blood actually sprays out into the night air and dissipate into a mist from the impact. So you actually connected with something, which feels pretty good.
That's gross, man.
It can bleed.
Party rules.
It can bleed. It can die.
Let's see here. And yes, this one. She is pissed and is going to lash out at the nearest thing, which will be the thing that just hit her, and is going to connect. Ow. As Dagon takes 10 necrotic damage as her claw reaches
not good.
back over and latches into your arm, and you can literally feel a year of your life leaving your body. The pain doesn't just stop where the impact is, which is where it should, but you can feel it all the way up over your shoulder and into your lungs. Okay,
I
Paladin.
guess it's a good day to die.
Paladin of Ravenkind, what are you up to?
So, am I to lead the charge out of here, or am I going to try to help Dagon while everybody else is scooting? The plan is let everybody else run and we fight.
No, it's our plan. We don't know what their plan's going to be.
Oh, okay.
We're not sure what your plan is.
Okay, well, I'm going to join Dagon in the front line, and so that way I can try to protect you on the next necrotic strike, which
Well,
sounds
so-
painful.
Yeah, did you update his life yet, Al? Lantern?
I haven't touched it from the last time we played. So he wasn't that bad off after
Okay.
our last fight.
Okay, yeah, I was like, man, if he just took 10, you should probably heal him.
He's at 12.
But if he's at 12, then
He's not dead
you
yet.
probably should still heal him. But he's not dead yet.
He's not dead yet.
It's up to you.
As you sweep in, your Raven familiar is already ahead of you. Like there's a moment where you stand there and contemplate your choice of action and hold up your morning star. I will attack, and you can you're looking at the Raven's ass because it's like, dude, this is undead. We smite those.
Okay.
Steve was going in without you. This is what
Yeah,
we
that's
do.
the right attitude.
That's the right attitude.
That bird is on point.
Steve's got balls.
Well, he's
Or
the
legs or whatever birds have.
he's the embodiment of Ravenkind. That's what he does. Okay, Stucky, give me an attack roll. Let's see how you do when you get into this particular fray.
Okay.
And we're going to shuffle the kids a little more to the side as you pair up against the thing. Nice. That is definitely going to land through her natural armor. Give me a damage roll, sir.
Yeah, smiter.
And that's some damage. Let us apply it to her. Okay. She is decidedly, again, you swing back with your Morning Star and rake it across her, the front of her center of mass, and that same phosphorus blue mist erupts from where the spikes on the ball rake across what would be skin? Maybe? Hard to say. When is it when it's on something that's undead and possibly not real?
Probably still skin. I don't know.
Probably.
Ectoplasm?
Sure. Samara, what's up?
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
All right. I am going to. I don't know if I have another. If I can I use my flaming spear or another one of my second level spells? I think I have one more of those that I can use.
That's a good way to motivate everybody to leave.
Why?
I think she said spear, not sphere. But I mean, if you.
Oh, I'm looking at her. She's hovering over flaming sphere.
Yeah, sphere.
Oh, okay.
Well, I also have Scorching Ray.
If you have the spell slot available, then yes, you can. The question comes.
I do.
Everyone
I don't
leave,
remember.
or I'm gonna burn the whole forest down.
Problem solved.
mean-
Just set everything on fire.
It looks like you
You
actually
know.
came through the previous encounters with all your spell slots intact,
Okay.
which
well,
actually sounds about right. I think you really weren't using a lot of spells last time.
She used flaming sphere. I don't know if she
Yeah.
did anything else.
I think I used Flaming Sphere last time once.
That's the only one you have
so
checked
she's
off.
got 1 out of 2 in the slots for the second level.
Yeah,
so there's
so-
like boxes on the top.
You can absolutely drop another flaming sphere into the area.
I would suggest against that.
Oh, is that because you're like right there?
I to the tree, the old respected tree.
Yeah, I was gonna carve my name in it anyways.
A scorching ray would not be bad either, and would be focused on your
Well-
target if you don't miss.
Right. Yeah. If I don't miss, then I mean, if I miss, then it may hit the tree. I don't know.
You usually
The sphere
hit.
is like a 5 foot, right? It's like a 5 foot sphere.
It's damage you never never roll high on. So
That's true. This is true. The sphere, I think it's a 5 foot range. I
I
believe
just
5
also
foot
worry
diameter.
about the children. I don't know what their dex is. Like,
All right, fine. We'll go with this. We'll try out the Scorching Ray. We haven't yet to
okay,
I like that
try
attitude.
this out.
let's.
You don't listen to your father. Now you're on fire. You get the lesson.
these are the things that happen when you don't listen.
All right, so we're gonna try a little Scorching Ray action on this Banshee.
All right, roll the bones and
See
see
what
what happens
happens.
when you pull together the arcane energy
that is
and
gonna
holy
hit her in the
mama!
face.
Oh wow! Yeah, see, she totally was saving that 20. Oh, look at that damage!
is that?
Yeah,
What is happening?
take that, Banshee lady.
Nice.
She's gonna get hit in the face.
Well, okay then. As you pull up arcane energy, and start to shout, both Aztec-y and Dagon have this instinctual need to lean outwards from each other. And as you do, a bolt of flame courses between you and directly connects square with the center of the Banshee and holds on it as the flames just cook across the front of her, burning away undead flesh, spectral clothing. You're slightly overtaken now with the smell of burning hair.
Burning dead hair.
Yeah, singed, burning dead hair. Lovely.
Well, you get 2 more rays still, don't you? Because I think it shoots 3 rays.
Oh, really?
Does
What?
it? I think you're thinking magic
Hey.
missile.
Scorching rays?
Well, it says I create 3 rays of fire and hurl them at
Oh.
targets within range.
So that's the first one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because you crit, so you rolled 46 instead of 2d6. So you still get 2 more rays.
Oh my.
That's a level 2. That's a level 2 spell for you, I guess.
Well,
Bye-bye, Banshee.
That one misses.
yeah, I was gonna say that one, not so much. That one misses too.
This is
Oh, at least the one dealt enough damage for all 3.
Well, we were. So, does the damage roll count on whether it hits?
Yeah.
I'm.
the first
Oh,
ray
okay.
hit and like was
First
like
one was a
hyper
critical
impressive and like drunk with the power of her arcane ability. The next 2 just went wide and like, started a small, hit, blast off the sides of the tree. Showing, curiously enough, the tree does not catch fire. It is so big and so old that it actually resists the fire, which is kind of good. And wow, that's kind of such a... Okay, I'm not going to lie. I almost want to make you take a reroll because, like, it's like, man, that's so anticlimactic.
I know, it's like nice.
Yeah, we were in awe of that
First-
first blast,
that first
and then that
initial.
was it. It's like
Yeah.
fireworks in reverse. Like the finale was at the start.
Well, I mean, like when you get that huge blast from the Yamato cannon on the battlecruiser, and then you got the little lasers going on the side. Like,
Pew,
they're still happening.
pew.
I mean,
Okay.
I feel like
Well, I'm
I feel like we
looking
should
at that, and
save
those are
the-
damage rolls. Those are
We have a
damage rolls
reroll.
instead
You
of
can
hit
totally
rolls.
reroll it.
Yeah, that was my confusion. She didn't roll the hit on those other rolls.
Oh,
Those
oh,
were
those are
damage
damage
rolls.
rolls.
Oops.
Yes.
Oh,
I have
what
to
my-
roll. I
one
have to
there.
roll hit rolls on each of them.
yeah, I just looked at the result.
for
I didn't
Trey.
see that you'd rolled the 2d6. Yeah, roll
Oh, see,
2
I
attack
wasn't
There's
rolls.
the
aware.
numbers there.
Let's fix that.
Okay.
All right, so give me we'll count those as your damage rolls if you hit. Let's do
Okay.
give me 2 attack rolls. And I guess I was already like, okay, let's get on to the next guy in the combat. Okay, that's a
My
hit.
mistake.
So that's 6 damage. And then the second shot, that would be for 6, will also hit.
Wow, nice.
Well, this just got interesting. And
Yay.
So they went out and then came back around. And they had her-
Hit her from behind.
Like, oh my God.
and now you're just showing off at this point.
The long route around, like. whee.
okay. On that, as the flames course across the body of the banshee, burning away flesh and cloth, the trappings of the graves themselves, Azteki and Dagon turn back towards it with that sense of like, we got this. We are going to be heroes. We have smote the undead. And even Azteki's like, I did a good deed for my god. This is kind of cool. Do I get an award for this? I smote the undead. This is awesome. And you look, and instead of sinking down from it, the banshee is rising upwards and seeming to become actually larger in front of you as her corporeal form literally burns away, and you can now see through her as she shifts into a spectral form. And in reaction to this flame attack, actually closes her arms in for a moment, opens them outward, and screams the scream of pure death. I need everybody to make a save. Specifically, a con save.
Guys, I'm not good at that one.
Neither am I.
So we roll on the Constitution button.
Yeah, you click the Constitution.
Okay.
Yep. Not bad. Let's see. Frederick failed his. So that happens.
You go insane.
Let's
Oh no!
let's see how
Just instantly
everybody
die.
else does. Good. And not so good. And oops, wrong button. Get that off the screen. Some updating here. As not only does the scream of death wash over all of you, but also over everyone standing here. That'll work. And how does he do? Yeah, this is basically like blacklisted spam. Okay, so those are all updated. Frederick drops. As the wave of necrotic psychic energy sweeps over you. In addition...
As predicted, dead.
Let's see. Creatures. How many people dropped? 1, 2, 3.
Oh my.
Okay,
This is
so
Banshee projection shit.
one there.
Right?
Let's see.
Seems
That
like
one's-
your laser blast made things go from bad to worse.
Sorry.
It's okay. She'll get a chance to use laser blast again, hopefully to a better effect. Or you could just burn our corpses and maybe the projections will go away. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh,
One or the other.
I know what I did wrong with these. Grumble, grumble, grumble. How do I change this now? Because wouldn't it happen that there we go. That lets me change that. Okay. I was going to get this tracking set up to see if you guys are going to pull this off or not. So there's one that's there. There's one. This one should be with there. And we need one more of them. We don't have enough. Isn't that tragic? And then once I have this set up on the board, I'll tell you what just happened.
All right, need a sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay.
Same.
Give me a second to get this set up, and then I'll fill it in when
I
we
mean,
get
I'm
back.
not doing anything on my turn anyway, so.
Oh, yeah, you're doing something. You're trying not to die. There they go. I had this all planned to go really fast when I practiced it.
That's okay. Gives everybody a chance to
To take a
a
moment.
little quick break in there.
Yep. I forgot about trying to figure out how to do quick edits. That was the problem. So let me just do that. And then I can go through and I can do this. Oops. That sets that up. Oops. And then this one. This is the problem with being too clever. Nothing is ever where I want it to be.
Indeed.
Edit. Let's see here. But I'm glad everyone that's hanging out with us tonight. Hopefully you're having a fun time as we get to this nice little mini break while the DM does DM paperwork, which I gotta tell you is always a fun thing.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Okay, they all have some hit points now. They all have the right number of hit points. Looks good. Looks good. Taking a peek to see who's hanging out with us tonight. Oh, we have a lot of people lurking tonight too, which I appreciate. Everyone that has not said hi, but they made the point of coming over and hanging out. So thank you for that. Reminders, if you have channel points you want to spend to give the party some rerolls to help them do something dramatic, don't be afraid to use them, because they need them. Sort of. Well, Nebula doesn't need them. For the first time ever, she actually, like, our glass cannon actually shot something and hit it.
I figured I was the glass cannon and she was like the actual like tactical nuclear missile.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't know. She's rocking a whole 9 hit points right now. I'm not entirely sure how tactical she is.
I mean, if you shoot a missile, it probably doesn't do too well.
True. The problem with having automated moderators with like Nightbot, which is pretty good about clearing out general spam, is I'm like profoundly curious as to what exactly they tried to send to the channel. Like what did you post that got you immediately smacked by the bot?
100%.
And I don't have easy access to that. I know it's in there somewhere in the logs. It's harder for me to go digging through it to find it. So, but
Frederick, what were your hit points at that dropped you?
15.
Oh, Jesus.
yeah, it's an unfortunate that momentary blast is pretty nasty. We're gonna set that to that. Do. There it goes. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do one more thing while I was updating. Now you're all coming back. Let me update the board. Specifically, we have... What did I choose to use? I'm using these for that. Boom. Let's see. There's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Which one dropped? Was it the guard or the merchant? The merchant.
The merchant.
Poor fella. Yep.
Yurt is still alive.
Yep. He's still in it to win it.
I may or may not have angered Banshee slightly.
Maybe. It's hard to say. I mean, it's all relative. So Yurt, for his efforts, is going to spin around and panically take a wild swing at the projection next to him, ineffectually. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, wait. We got to back up. The projection that's right standing next to all of you is going to make an attack on Dagon, I believe. Is the one that it is next to.
I'd like to offer my shield for protection, since that was my job.
Refresh me. That puts them at disadvantage.
I have to read it myself. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, they roll at disadvantage.
Okay.
Where would
Oh,
it say that?
it's on there somewhere.
It's probably under actions in combat or bonus action. Not bonus action. It's a reaction, right?
Actions. Reaction.
Protection. Well,
Yep.
yeah. While wielding a shield,
Mhm.
and a creature you can see attacks another target other than you within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
Yep. Which would have worked because it missed the first roll, or it hit the first roll, but it also hit on the second. Dagon takes 3 damage as it clamps on, and you continue to feel that same similar sense of your energy being pulled out of your body through the point of impact. This one is also standing right there, and it is going to also focus an attack on you.
Oh.
Good news, Dagon, you're not dead.
Woo!
But do give me a perception check. Actually, Asteki, could you do the same real quick?
Perception check? Sure.
Mhm.
I'll go back to the other thing. Abilities. There we go.
That's not very
It is
impressive.
quick. Well, kind of, in the middle of something right now.
It's
It's true. And you both did better than I did, so.
it's going to happen. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, Dagon, you notice that as this thing, these 2 creatures continue to attack you, and push on top of you, despite the fact that the kids have fallen to the ground, that there is a direct line of some kind of corporeal or non-corporeal energy that connects the projection to the kids and the kids to the banshee. There's a definite line between each of them. And when they struck, you could actually see that line of energy pulsate in time with the pain. Makes sense that you would be the one to notice it, as you are the one that is experiencing that literal years of your life being drained from your body.
So I'm like aging every time they hit me.
You'd have to find a mirror later to check that. But it definitely hurts like that.
Well, that's just swell.
It's a good thing you aged so well.
Yeah. It's probably not that literal, but it hurts like it is. All right, since we're not really that far out, I can zoom in a little bit on the action for everybody. Okay, that then takes us, as far as the combat goes, to...
And guys, that was 6 seconds. 6 seconds of combat.
It goes quick. The last projection, which is down by the merchant, is going to turn around and pound on poor Yurt, who's just trying to make a living.
Yurt.
And how does Yurt do? Yurt's not dead.
Hey, way to be Yurt.
Better than me.
But he's not in a good mood about things. Let's see.
Also fair.
Yep. And at this point, you actually notice that the Banshee has shifted back into a physical body. So Azteki and Dagger are the first to spot that as energy has been draining towards her from the projections, she is beginning to reform physically. Frederick, roll a d20. Roll high. See, you haven't
That's
died
pretty
yet.
okay.
You haven't died yet. However,
Only
that
1 foot in the grave.
that projection that has formed up where you fell is right there next to Samara.
Great.
You know, the person that Asteki left to charge into the fray?
Mm-hmm.
And
I have regrets.
and she takes 8 damage, dropping her down to just 9.
Is
Or
there
sorry,
any
just
way
1.
that I can use my shield as a reaction? Because
Your shield, I think you can use as
Yes.
a reaction.
can I use that to protect from this?
Absolutely. Definitely.
All right. I will do that.
Wham, you throw that up, +5 bonus to AC. That will actually be enough to block the attack as the projection slams itself into the wall of spiritual energy that you create between you. So let me go back and undo those things. So we'll give you back those 8 hit points, and we'll take them.
She definitely saw into the future and was like, "Oh, that would really hurt. Let me just throw up the shield."
Wham!
4D chess.
That's a good.
This area is like really connected with some kind of arcane energy. That's all I'm saying.
It's like ever since you went through the mist, you've come across lots of really scary undead.
Yeah.
How could that have happened? Dagon, what you doing, sir?
Wear enough tinfoil hat.
I am going to use my bonus action to, what is it called here?
Action surge? Is that the one that
Second
heals you?
wind.
Second wind.
That gets you hit points back,
Yeah,
right?
D10 plus 3. Yep.
Okay. Drop the bones and let's see how good that is for you.
Not so good.
Still better than where you're at now.
Oh, no.
Wow. And the chat
Any reroll?
the chat is
No.
stingy tonight. No one's throwing rerolls at you guys.
Oh no.
Well, you know
Don't
what?
they know we're terrible?
No help today.
No help today.
Well, I'm back to 5 hit points, so that's cool.
That's
Yeah, there
better
you
than
go.
nothing. And you still have your main actions left. You've got 2 projections on either side of you and a banshee in front of you.
Ay, ay, ay. Choices. I think I am going to attack one of those projections just to see what it does.
Okay. That's a very reasonable thing to do. Oh. Okay, moving forward, you guys have a +2 to a roll.
Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
We'll take that. Thank you, Lilting Otter. You might save them. I'm not sure I want to see that happen, but go for it.
So
Okay.
there's 8 damage if it does anything.
Projection, one of the 2 projections there. I don't think it's going to matter which projection you nail. It will. Which one? The one over the boy or the one over the girl?
Let's do the one over the girl, I guess.
Okay. You lash out at it and it's disrupted. It's almost as if your physical energy is pushing back against it and your positive life energy. As it like the Banshee before, reacts the same way with that blue phosphorant blood from the impacts. It recoils and howls in your general direction, but has not been fully dissipated.
Ay. All right, I'm going to blow my action surge too to get another round of attacks.
Okay. Seems very reasonable, all things considered, as you are literally fighting for your lives. And same thing, paired axes.
And that first one, I'll attack that guy I just hit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Poof.
Did it die?
Yeah. It disappears into a cloud of blue mist.
All right, beautiful. I think I'm gonna do the second attack on that other one over the boy.
Okay. That'll hit.
All right, I'm gonna use my superiority die too to make this a push attack.
Oh. I don't know how that's going to work.
What's with the ones?
But. Okay, so. Okay. That is actually enough damage to cause hit to cease to exist. The projections disappear.
Oh, nice.
As you blast into it with your axes, or your axe, technically, on the backswing, it also disappears into space, and you can hear the banshee itself screeching in response. For its action, it's going to go ahead and attack Azteki and hit. Oh my gosh, have I ever hit? Has Azteki taken any damage ever?
Yes.
It's not common.
Yeah, I've been down.
Yeah, he's been knocked unconscious at least once.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
And it does 8 damage on it with its claws against you.
I
And
think he gets hit every combat.
It's mathematically improbable. It only happens like 10% of the time. No, 15% of the time.
No, it's like I have vivid memories of like getting through the plate, like in the chain, and I'm like, no one else wears plate or chain, so it has to be him.
That's true.
Yep, 15% of the time, all the time.
And as you look at it, as it like claws past you and pulls backs the shield away with one claw and rakes down your chest with the other, you watch as its eyes go from a deep, bright blue to a glaring purple and then red as it continues to grow on feed on your life energy. What do you do?
Lay hands on Frederick, right, guys? Yeah, get him back in the fight.
You're gonna have to run back to him.
Yeah, I'll
I
do
would
that.
appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay.
What we need is a cleric. Turn undead.
We need a cleric.
Aseki has that, doesn't he?
Well, I was given for taking the oath, I was rewarded the shield and the ability to either turn undead or heal the party. I think once in a round, if I remember correctly, and it was like a couple of weeks ago we were last playing. But I think when we stopped and I used
you had
the
used this
heal
during
everybody
the fight.
thing to get us, where we're at right now. So that's why I was thinking.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
'Cause
I have
you've used your channel divinity. That's right. But you still have your lay on hands.
Yeah.
Okay. How much?
I mean, I may regret bringing that up later. I could have just claimed ignorance, like, oh yeah.
No, honesty is the best policy.
Well, and more importantly,
But as a paladin.
That's right. You have turn unholy, and then you have the other special wacky thing that the Ravenkind gives you, instead of sacred weapon. But you do have your lay on hands. So how much do you want to pump into Frederick?
It says I have 15, and I think the strategy in previous sessions was to do all but one, so that way we can get somebody up that's down for just one hit point. We want to stick with that plan.
Why don't
Yeah.
you say 5?
All right. We'll see how that goes. So I'll pump 10,
Okay.
leaving 5 left.
Mm-hmm. Samara, you're up.
I am.
Asteki has run back to your position, has picked up,
Okay.
has helped Frederick back up. There's still a
Okay.
projection standing there, like half beating on your shield, which is fading fast. You can actually see the fractures in the crystalline shape as you're holding in position and are going to have to drop it anyways. What you up to?
I think I am going to. I'm gonna take out that projection that's right there, or try to anyway, with a firebolt.
Okay.
So let's do the thing.
That is a good
Really?
thing.
Really?
That is
I
not a
don't
good
know
enough
if that's gonna
thing. No. No, you drop the shield and throw the fireball towards it, and it just kind of passes harmlessly over its would-be shoulder. It's also
Can you use that teleport to get away?
I could.
I will tell you if you look. If you want to burn the add to a roll, you can use it here, and that will make it a hit. How badly do you want to land your thing on this?
Depends if we want to save that. Add to
Just use it.
I say use
something.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Take that thing out.
Okay. Let's take it up then. Let's
Okay.
use the roll or the
Send
plus
that
2.
thing
Plus
back
2
where
to
it
a
came
roll?
from, or so help me.
Has been used. Give me a damage roll,
Okay.
and I'll try to let you know when that happens.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny to see the 0 come up. I'm like, how do you roll a 0?
Okay.
It's a good 0.
10 damage. That'll definitely shake it up. And it seems to it definitely is hit with the firebolt. And you watch it cast over, and as the flame kind of passes through the spiritual body, it's a little unnerving because it's the same shape as Frederick. And for a moment, you feel like you're fighting Frederick himself, which feels weird.
That is weird. I don't know how I feel about that.
How does that make me feel?
Yeah.
I'll let you figure that one out. You're holding his own against the 1, and he's actually not doing half bad. He's not half great either, as he lays into the 1 next to him and tries to drop it. She's bleeding to death. That's gone. He's bleeding to death. That's gone. He's bleeding to death. He's not gone. Let's see who's going to win between the spirit and Yurt. Yurt has not dropped.
Yeah, you're.
He screams.
This is why he's the town guard.
He
Yurt is the
screams
survivor.
like you have not heard a man scream in quite some time.
Since I just got destroyed.
Oh, you didn't even have time to scream. You just took a moment to go, oh, death. Interesting. Drop.
It's just like the notes described.
I like the idea that you died, and as soon as you come back to life, you look and you see your own ghost.
This is a new one. This is what I haven't encountered before.
This is making you question. Perhaps, why didn't I pick woodland animals? Or,
Wouldn't really be helping me right now either, so.
No, but they might have kept you from signing up for this stupid mission so long ago. Speaking of Frederick, as you've contemplating your life choices, there's the spirit you right next to you, and there's the spirit thing right next to the guard, and there's the big scary death lady, which is what she'll be referred to henceforth.
Big scary death lady. All right, so I'm going to kill myself. Well, the version of myself, or attempt to anyway.
But before you do, may I suggest, just from a paladin perspective that knows undead, and if you're ever faced with a copy of yourself before you kill yourself, which you have to do, because it's like Highlander, you have to give yourself a high five.
Hey, me!
Yeah, high five, and then you hit him. That's it.
That's a good looking beard you got there. This is going to be a shame.
I wondered what it would look like if my beard was bright blue and slightly flaming and kind of floating out in the wind. Now I know.
The answer is really cool.
Okay, so what happens? That's a hit. That's damage.
And he's already damaged, so I get my additional D8.
Okay, I can go with that. 6 or 9. That projection disappears.
There's only room for one of us.
I don't know. I kind of like that other Freddy better.
He was blue. I mean,
Yeah, he's way cooler looking. I don't know.
I can't fly.
Floaty.
He was about as tall as the rest of you.
He could probably pass through objects. I mean, he could be super helpful in the future, you know?
He didn't seem very nice to you, though.
I'm not sure
that's
he was
totally
really
not okay.
recruitable, though.
That's true.
All right, Dagon.
Yep.
I'll update the board here.
All right.
Okay, so that projection disappeared. That projection disappeared. That projection disappeared.
Successfully killed evil ghost us's.
All right. I'm going all out on this evil lady.
The
while I
embodiment of
can
death
still stand.
is unimpressed with your efforts, but will allow you to make an attack roll.
Oh,
You guys
no.
can't see that.
Ooh, not one.
Oh no.
8's not very
I
impressive.
don't know why it's there.
Neither is another
Yeah,
8.
my middle name is useless.
In this moment, yes, it is. That makes sense. I mean, you've tapped yourself pretty hard, and you start to push in, and it is definitely grown in power as it steps side to side. And there's a moment where you even become slightly impressed with its martial ability. This is not, I mean, she is physically there in the space and is weaving around your attacks as though she's a dancing partner.
Yeah, you should seriously consider
Kind of
boxing.
romantic.
If she wasn't trying to
Olé.
kill
For all the
you,
necrotic.
it would be really beautiful. But
I mean, those
Yes.
things aren't mutually exclusive. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
But then death.
she is still trying to kill you. So there is something to
Till
be said.
death do you part. I mean, there's some of that going on, right?
So, plus, she has the next attack. So as she weaves back and forth and spins,
She does a spin.
and is going to connect, and Azteki is out of position. I have some bad news, Dagon.
Okay, well, let's start with the good news.
There is no good news.
You're not going to taste the mud in your mouth when you land face first on the ground.
Good,
But-
good thing we saved some of those
You-
hit points.
You're going to land face first in the ground. Yeah. Sorry, man.
This mud is pretty good. As the first to taste it, I've got to let you know it's quality stuff.
It's really good earth right here. I don't know what they've done, but it's really good.
So
Yeah.
It's that earthy flavor, like the good Sumatran coffee.
So what's
Yeah,
what's the paladin doing in response as he looks over and sees Dagon push in on the embodiment of beautiful death, only to fall to her attacks?
I have to run over there and use lay of hands.
You just love catching the guys.
I should have been a medic.
I took a heal spell too. It's just I'm out of them.
Yeah.
You've got a little more versatility than I.
I feel like Azteki right now is just like a little healing, like
Yeah.
pinball machine. Bing, bing,
He's
bing,
like,
bing,
Yeah.
you get up.
I go around like,
You
oh,
get up.
you could get some healing. You could get some healing.
If
The
one of
rage
you,
is-
Bird
done with
boy
you
now.
if one
And
of you
look
could
under your
hold the
seat, some
aggro,
healing.
It takes me clicks to change my targets. Only one of you should be taking damage at a time.
Yeah, this main tank sucks, guys.
My throughput is totally thrown off because of all of you. Oh, I hated healing those idiots. Speaking of, Samara, what's up?
It was fun though, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, healing's the best.
Well, I feel like we should go for the evil death lady. I think.
Why don't you?
I mean,
well,
I know there's still a projection alive, but
You could get some heals. The Oprah of healing.
you get a heal and you get a heal.
And it's because we went into this already bruised. So
It is. We did. We were not.
I
This was
do
not the
swing a
plan.
weapon from time to time.
Just like Oprah. I don't know if you've seen any of those movies.
He swears. Every once in a while he attacks things.
Yes.
We
All
do
right,
have
so-
proof.
I think maybe I could. Well, if I could use magic missile to attack both the banshee and the projection.
You
also
could.
use that ray of fire because that ray of fire was multiple targets.
I don't think I can use it again. I'm out of.
She's tapped
Oh,
that
yeah,
second
second
level
level.
spells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm out of second level spells.
You can absolutely
That's good. That means
missile.
no more flaming spears.
But
Spear
I
magic
can use magic
helmet.
missile.
Yes, you can. You can do.
And
So-
magic missile always hits too.
That's true.
So
And I'll be cool. I'll let you
think-
decide which ones go where as they happen.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm a
Aw,
nice
okay.
DM. I don't know why.
the best. I think I want two of them to go to evil death banshee lady and one to go to the
Okay.
Well, he's saying go ahead and roll, and then
I-
depending on the
well-
damage,
Well,
which one you
yeah,
hit.
roll
At
the-
least that's why I heard.
Yeah, roll the damage for the first one.
well, that is going to the projection, I think.
And it only had 2 left. So it goes down and dissipates from the
Yeah.
That's all
Okay,
like
then
if
that
you want
works.
to redirect the other 2, I'll let you do that.
Right.
4, that one. So that one's toast. Where's the big bad evil lady? 2 and 5, that's 7. And okay. She's
All right.
been wounded significantly. What the heck is Yurt gonna do?
Try to get the kids, I'm guessing.
Yurt.
I'm gonna roll a die.
Could just run
Yurt,
away. I mean,
Yurt
that's
is
also-
frozen in panic. I think that's reasonable for the town guard at this moment. He's not a seasoned adventurer. He's got 3 dead bodies in front of him. And crazy embodiment of death.
Are they all the way dead, or are they mostly dead?
Well, that's the fact that we have to ask that question, I think should emphasize why he's going to have a turn of indecision. Which makes the next action belong to Frederick.
I shoot.
You shoot. That's reasonable.
She screamed at me.
Kill
That's
her.
not very nice.
Dems hits.
Well, that's some low damage, though.
That is some low damage.
Yeah, a lot of ones rolled this game.
And
Clean
the
up the
fact is, I'm up.
board
I'm
real
totally
quick.
okay.
So that's a 5 total.
Yes.
Let's see here. Okay. Dagon. You're at the top of the list.
I will climb back to my feet, spit some dirt out, and see if I can finish this girl off.
Ooh, and you have a plus
It's
2
some
coming
good
up.
dirt, right?
Thank you, Sonic.
Ooh, and a reroll. Woot.
Ooh, and a reroll goes
Oh,
into
there
the
we
queue.
go.
There we go. Nice.
I am going to use another one of my superiority dice,
Mhm.
and I am going to hit her with. I'll do goading attack. So you got to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 13, and on a failure, then she would have disadvantage on anyone she attacks that's not me.
Okay. Of course, the easy way around
And then
this
since that's a
just attack you next.
well, yeah.
Don't need to make a save. She's just going to attack you next. Okay.
So does my superior, the dice that I use for that extra damage for that, does that double as well on a crit?
I believe it's all dice involved in the
all
attack
dice.
roll. All damage is doubled.
I see what you did there.
Boom, 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 boom,
Bruh.
boom. That's kind of a scary hit.
Oh,
I'm glad that I keep you guys alive.
That's-
This is so much easier.
20 damage.
Oof.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I got another swing coming.
Okay.
She's like, hey,
Oh, wrong way.
That's not very nice.
That's going to miss.
That is going to miss. And she has crossed the threshold again.
You want to take that rehold though? That reroll?
Oh, you could, yes.
You don't
want me
have
to?
to.
We could use
But
the
you can.
reroll. Yep. Do it. Do it.
Killer.
Reroll's been burned.
No.
And it got worse.
Oh, it got worse.
It got worse.
It's the way
I blame the reroll. It was a bad reroll.
We-
Stop giving us broken rerolls.
Are you really sure you want
Look,
to be
for
discouraging
the
people?
record, I think you just didn't read the instructions. You're supposed to do something special when you do the reroll, not just like, yeah.
Okay, so before she even gets in action, as Dagon takes one swing, I'm going to flip these around, that forces her to take a step back but doesn't do a lot. The second flurry of attacks from his axe continue to connect over and over and over. Forward swing, back swing, hilt punch, uppercut with the blade end, and she falls back into the tree. For a moment, you watch as she rises up out of the body. The body disappears into a blue mist where it had laid, and the spectral form locks eyes with you and screeches again, the sound of death itself. Everyone who's standing is going to roll a con save. Dagon, you are going to roll at
Try to do better
disadvantage.
this time. Yeah, I'm going down again, guys.
It's still not bad.
No, I'm kind of impressed with that, actually. Ooh.
I think the other one was a 7 too.
I think it was.
Just finish me off this time. Someone just step on my head real quick.
No.
Oh, wow. I'm impressed there, dude. I did not expect you to come out of that. But that's kind of cool. The bad news is there's no more Azteki.
Oh no. Oh no. We need our healer.
You got all my lay of hands juice, so I'll just chill for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one that can get us up, so you guys should just leave.
Well, there's a twist. You forgot.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
Oh, that's character. So I'll be searching creatures. As they fall, two more rise in their place.
Oh no. No.
So one rises.
No,
where
I thought we
Frederick
were
was.
friends, Rob.
If we were topped off, I think we might have been able to do this fight, but we can't do this fight right now.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. I'll just remember what their health are at. Azteki, roll a d20. See how you're doing.
I'm feeling good.
Okay.
Feeling
Roll that
really
d20s.
good.
Let's see how good that is feeling.
Not feeling good.
Not feeling that good.
Oh no.
Oh,
As you literally start to you actually take a moment, and in the darkness, you can see the two black eyes of the raven. It's comforting, actually.
Stay away from the light.
The projection that's standing right there is going to swing at Dagon. And miss. Which is fortunate.
See, even my projection can't hit stuff.
Samara has an action though. Oops, I forgot what I've got highlighted here.
Oh my. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So Frederick is dead again?
Frederick is down.
I am dead again.
Oh.
There is a
Which means
spiritual
there's
shape where
another
Frederick
spirit
once
right
was.
there.
So I'm assuming yes, there's another fake Frederick there.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm back.
All right. Well, I guess
He's come for more high fives.
I gotta take out fake Frederick again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man, I had to take me out. She took me out twice. It's totally your turn.
All right. Well, I'm gonna firebolt fake Frederick in the face.
Okay. It's an honorable effort.
Oof, that's not gonna do much.
That's not going to do much. That's not going to do much. Yurt is going to charge into the fray. He's going to attack the spiritual form where Azteki once was, because that seems like a reasonable thing to do. And he's not going to go. He's watching, and he's too scared to be effective, but he's trying. He's trying. Oh, this projection is supposed to be up here. There we go. That's better. Which takes the next action to Frederick, who's going to roll that D20. The great, awesome spiritual leader, warrior, ranger, who's also starting to wonder about the light.
Not doing well.
His spiritual form, however, is going to take a swing at... It's going to start to push in and try to eat the elf, which makes sense. I would eat the elf too.
Great.
And is not getting past
Blueberries, right?
her default defenses.
Blueberries.
Which then gives... Oh, Dagon, yeah, you're still up. What you doing, sir?
Oh, I want to try to take this banshee out because I think they'll all die if she dies. I'm hoping.
Yeah, she's incorporeal right now. I don't know if... I don't know. I'm dead. Don't listen to me.
I'll take one swing on her first just to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. That's reasonable.
Oh, I think that'll hit.
That will connect with whatever's there. Yeah.
Does it seem like it does anything, or does it just pass right through her?
It does not just pass right through her. As you push in on the spiritual form, the blades are moving through, leaving much, much smaller trails behind them. She's forced to respond because you can feel yourself surging forward against her, but it's not a traditional combatant. Like, you're used to your axe, when it hits something, there's a pause in the swing, and it's throwing you off significantly. As well as the fact that it's literally passing through. So it's much harder to do damage and push your advantage against her.
Gotcha. All right, I will move towards one of the spectrals, the one that's on
Where Azteki was standing? Right next to you? Where are you going to take a few steps and go after the one eating, that's like clawing away at Samara as she ducks and weaves?
Yeah, now I'm going to go try to help her out.
All right. Reasonable. Take a couple of steps, take a swing, do some damage, and that'll be enough to disrupt it. and it disappears.
Woot.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for killing me,
Dagon.
bro. I really appreciate it.
Hey, anytime. It was like a dream come true.
That
I gotta step
that
away
one
one second. I'll be
man.
right back.
Okay. Now the bad
Dagon
news.
to the rescue.
Oh, actually, no, she's not, because Yurt is right there. And she can totally hit him. Negative
That
17.
sounds bad.
Yeah. It's really bad. Yurt drops.
Oh, bye, Yurt.
Yeah, he had a good
He
fight.
did as well as he could.
You did well, Yurt.
Yeah, he drops completely.
Just like the little tent you're named after.
Actually, plot twist. I'm gonna wait for Adam because I think I figured out where this is all going. So we'll give him a second to get back and take a pause to say, hi everybody. It's not usually quite this bad.
Twist.
The last two have been pretty bad for me.
True. That's true. I wonder if we all shout in unison if we can get Michelle to come over and play for him.
Back.
I attack the darkness.
Oh, Michelle's more on top of it than that. She'd have a couple of good ideas. They might come in French, but
Oh, French.
Kind of like 2 words, so
I know enough French to embarrass myself trying to ask for directions in French. And I usually bank on the brownie points that come from the effort for someone to go, I will speak English. It's okay. What do you need?
Où est la bibliothèque?
Also, fun fact,
Yeah,
while
that's what I
traveling
know.
through Montreal, you cannot assume that people actually speak English as well as French. Because they had to bring out the stock girl at the Tim Hortons we stopped at who had been studying English in high school to help us make an order. Because literally nobody else in the joint spoke English.
dang.
Oh, wow.
Very cool though.
It was a very humbling experience. I mean, they're very polite because they're Canadian, but it's still a very humbling experience. Okay. Yurt came up to help you fight against the projections and the Banshee itself. And as you turn away, he takes a step to cover your retreat. And as you drop the projection and turn back to the Banshee, you watch as she clamps both of her claws on the sides of his head and screams again. And this time, it's not a scream of death. It's something deeper. And in that moment, as you turn to return to fighting her, you watch as she just begins to glow brighter and brighter until she practically explodes in slow motion light. And then everything goes dark in the hollow. And you watch as Yurt's body slumps forward and drops into the dirt. And there's silence.
What just happened?
I was hoping you knew.
I have no clue.
So we don't see the Banshee anymore?
No, she's gone.
And Yurt is dead.
You go up next to his body, and as you kind of roll him over to look, he is no longer the middle-aged town guard that you left town with. He looks probably in his late 70s. The skin is wrinkled and tight against his skull. His hair, you can see where like the first 8 inches is shock white. His fingernails are dark and long. And it's as literally all of his life was pulled from his body in a moment.
Oh, that
Oh, my.
nasty.
Oh my. So she literally drained the life out of him. Wow.
I don't think neither one of us have any healing abilities.
Yeah, no. No, definitely don't.
I'll try to stop Azteki's bleeding to the best of my ability.
I don't know that we are bleeding.
Yeah, you're probably
Yeah.
not. You just all look old.
Like perhaps out of the ears and nose.
As you check on the rest of your company, with time, they will pull themselves to their feet, winded, exhausted, no more visibly aged. But
Okay, that's good.
definitely a lot worse for wear.
Your souls have aged.
It's already old enough.
The kid,
You can cash in on Social Security now.
yeah, the kids do not come to. Johann picks himself up very, very slowly, and plunk. Right. Bloody hell just happened. And he kind of looks
I'm gonna
down
go see if I can
and sees your.
use medicine on the kids.
They are stable but conscious.
Yeah, I was like, I just want to make sure they're not dead, and then that's about all I can do because I am also tired.
Yeah, they are stabilized, but they're out. It doesn't look like. I mean, anything can happen overnight, but you should be okay. Maybe. Johann agrees to carry his. Which one goes with which? I wrote this down.
The daughter goes with Johan.
Wow, you're taking better notes than I am. I really should highlight these or something so I can remember who's important in this mix. But yeah, he'll carry his daughter back. And let one of you take care of bring back the guardsmen. What are you guys doing as you head back towards town?
I'm just checking on Azteki and Frederick, making sure they're seeing how they're feeling. Seeing if they need any like
Not great.
water or something a bite to eat, maybe help them regain their energy a little bit.
Yeah, sticky bun. Anybody?
Yeah.
I'll
Sticky
totally
buns.
take a sticky bun. And if you have any more of that wine that we brought,
The flammable wine?
Yeah, the flammable wine.
actually, that'd be a great name for the wine. Highly flammable wine.
Highly
And
flammable,
then like
yeah.
an asterisk next to it that says not actually flammable.
Highly
Ooh.
flammable red blend.
I should make a note. At some point, you're going to have to come across a tavern called the Flaming Bottle.
Yes, I love it.
And then they won't have any wine, and we'll be really upset.
Oh, no. The Flaming Cork.
Oh, I like it even better.
That one may come back later. I'm starting to kind of dig that for a tavern name. You come back into town. Where's your Johann is going to head back towards his home. And kind of looks at you for guidance. It's like you can take him up to the churchyard and have him set there until the morning. You might wake the rector. I think I should get my girl home and let her mother know she's, well, worse for the wear, but not as bad as she might be.
Is the son conscious yet at this point?
No, he's out.
Because we are kind of stewarding him until he wakes up, as we don't know where they live.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
fair point.
We don't know where the boy lives.
Why don't I take you that way?
That sounds like a good idea. Then we can let any other family know and ask them what they want to do.
Okay. He guides you down a couple of side streets. The town is completely quiet. Every door is bolted. Every shutter is closed. You don't even hear like stray dogs. You do pass one really obnoxious cat. And it's not like a cat that's like, kind of doing its thing. It's like it sees you approach and it's like it hisses and snarls and goes up into a full arch. And for a moment you're like, that cat's not afraid of the banshee, and I respect it. Okay. And as
I
you
have like 1 hit point. If that cat looks at me funny, I will kill it.
if that cat looks
It
at
might
you
actually
funny,
kill you.
you're gonna die.
I will
Unless I roll
protect.
higher initiative.
I will protect you, furry friend. You are brave.
And it kind of watches you pass, and then as you go, you can hear like it's almost like it's calling. Yeah, that's right. Run away, and then it kind of slinks back into its alley.
I mean, it could take us right now. I don't even blame him.
Yeah, you get scratched for one. Oh, I'm down again.
And the paladin is out of heals.
Yep.
That's not good. Yeah, you arrive at the it's a fairly humble brownstone. So it's a door, a window, and there's a window above it, and it's locked into a row of similar homes in the same city block. Johan points at the door and says it would be maybe number 5 here. Do you want me to stay and say something, or can you handle this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You were there and they don't know us. That it's going to be weird.
Okay.
If I'm carrying the guard, I would like to check his pockets.
That's
Should have checked him in the woods, bro.
Well, hindsight's 2020.
well. Listen, you did
It's
that.
gonna look kind of sus checking him here in town.
At some point, you could have.
I can do it sneakily.
You would have done that before you got here. He's got a decent pair of boots. He's got a decent tabard and doublet. He has a short sword. Handfuls of pocket change. He's not. If he has wealth, he doesn't carry it with him. So a handful of coppers, maybe a silver to pay for drinks at the bar, but that's about the extent of it.
What kind of armor is he wearing?
Just his doublet's made of leather.
Okay.
It would not. He's not like in a chainmail guard uniform. He's more of a watchman.
Gotcha.
More of a beat cop than a soldier. Be a better way to describe it.
He took a beating very well.
He took quite a beating. I would agree. Johan knocks on the door, and you notice that hanging or posted below the house number, there's a placard that has been wood burned into it, a needle and thread and thimble symbols. And a woman comes to the door, and Johan kind of takes a step back. And he's holding his daughter in his arms still and kind of looks at you to see if one of you would like to say something before he tries.
I immediately avoid eye contact and look at the ground.
We went after the woods and dear children and ran into the banshee. It was not good.
Yes. Well, first of all, yes, your son ran off with his girlfriend into the woods, and we went to go try to stop them and bring them back before they had a chance to encounter the banshee. However, that was not the case, and we did have a little run-in with the banshee. But it seems like your son is okay. He's just a little worn out. Yeah, just may be in need of some rest.
And my husband?
Is that the guard? Is that Yurt?
Yurt didn't make it.
Yeah, well, it was Yurt.
She kind of takes a moment to take that in. And she pulls herself up and kind of straightens the front of her blouse and her bodice. Pushes her hair back. I have no son, as I have no husband, and I have a daughter to see to. Good evening. And she takes a step back and slams the door.
Okay.
Are you sure this is the right house?
Johan,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what?
Johan looks at you and looks at the door and looks at you and looks at. Right, so she might have taken that a bit better, but I'm not entirely sure I disagree with her. I'm not entirely sure I disagree with her assessment of her current circumstance. He kind of nudges his head to the side. You can bring the boy to our home for the evening. We'll make sure he gets a place to sleep.
That's very kind of you.
I don't have a lot of choice, as my daughter did not die in the fray, nor did I. One of us would be dead by morning if anything befell that poor boy. I love my daughter dearly, so I'm quite confident she would murder me before I had a chance to murder her. None of you have teenagers, do you?
Nope.
Right. And as you walk, he continues. It's understood. There are 3 days of the month you simply do not go out of doors after nightfall. Just 3. Just after nightfall. And we've even gotten very good at understanding, despite the lack of visible sun, when it has set. They should have known better. And if you think of it, that boy has known for 16 years not to go out on these nights. I'm not entirely sure I blame Helena.
Young love makes you do crazy things.
Must make a mental note to divert some more commissions her way. She's going to need it. Not that I get that many, but nor that she is that fine of a seamstress neither. But we do what we can, right?
Of course. Anything to help.
You eventually turn the corner and continue down the street, and at the corner you can make out a placard sticking out over the intersection of a black bird sitting on a pile of treasure. And it's got a little bit of age, but you can tell they take it down and repaint it every so often to help keep it up. This would be the Magpie Pantry, the finest establishment for all bits, baubles, and necessities of life. We'll head around back and up to the home. And he steers you into an alleyway that leads behind the store. And it's met. There they go. By a young man who comes down the stairs to join you. And Johan introduces, this will be Osip, my son. These good people, sir, well, they brought your sister back. And he hands his daughter over to his son to take up. And a few moments later, he appears again to help you take the boy up to the apartment. I think perhaps laying our good guardsman at the church is probably the best place to leave him. If you'd like, I can go with you to wake the rector and let him know that you have come. Are you planning to lodge then at the second home?
Yes, please.
If we can make it that far.
You seem to be made of stout stuff. He leads you through town. The rector wakes, comes to the door. The church is on the... It's not really on the outskirts. It's not past the wall, but it's definitely like an outer building. Has a graveyard attached. It's humble. It's a little... The church is about 3 times the size of the one you saw in the last town, which kind of makes sense. You're in a much larger... You're not really in a village here. You're in a city. Of decent number. So, have to administer to more people. The rector is very polite. Does not ask a lot of questions. As you recount the story of what occurred in the forest, he nods with an understanding as though this is not the first time he's heard of this creature. And for a moment, he and Johan, find a place to lay the body and show it the respect while it waits for a proper burial. And then they both kind of come back and look at you. So, do you need anything else of us?
Maybe some healing.
No.
If you
For now. For now, unless there's a healer that's in town.
The rector would assist, but he himself is exhausted from the previous day and his own ministries that he engaged in. He advises perhaps your best hope is to sleep it off and not start any brawls on your way to bed.
I don't know, man. That cat was looking pretty feisty.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. All right. You head back towards I'm assuming then, back to the inn to hire some rooms for the night?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we never even got that far last time.
Okay. I need to refresh my water. We have about an hour to go still. There's still some stuff to do tonight, as I'm guessing y'all would like a chance to redeem yourselves. Shall we take a quick 5-minute breather to get some water and or something non-potable? And see where we end up?
Yep.
Sound good?
Okay, so let's...
For the circumstances, I think we did pretty okay.
I think you
I
guys...
did die twice. But...
You did way better than I expected. I have thoughts on that, but I'm going to put up the be right back. We're going to take a 5-minute breather. And then we can chat as everyone comes back to the tables and get back to the, regular thing. So everybody in 5.
Okay.
There it goes. And I'll turn off the stinger for future changes. That was my problem. I started shopping for a stinger. I'm like, I'll find a really neat stinger animation on like Etsy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were all, I'm like, I don't want to spend that much money on it. So then I'll make one. And that was like an hour of experimenting with video editors.
Right.
And then I went back to shopping for one because I failed.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah. And then that turned into a whole thing about like, well, I really like the theme of the animation. So now I should invest
Right.
in a full-on rebrand and just go all in on it.
Right. With the whole like theme.
Mm-hmm. So
Oh my god, I want that on a shirt. Oh, you gotta post that in Discord or something. That's
what
amazing.
are we posting? We got a minute to peek
It's
while
like-
we wait.
It's like as if you took like okay, so it's like as if Baby Yoda took like old 80s, like those old 80s photos, but like the school photos that they used to take in the 80s, where like you have like the person like sitting there like smiling, but then you have like this sort of like half transparent image of them in the background, like looking off in another direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You gotta post it. You gotta post it.
And thank you, Otter. I like to think that, I mean, I'll give props to the guy who did there's a link down in my About Me, the link to the guy who did all the animations for the transitions. And the steampunky frames that are around all of our cams. And then on my usual stream, it's my background. Credit where credit due. I didn't like him, but I have come to like him. And where am I looking on Discord, by the way, for this amazing picture? What have you put it up yet?
Yeah.
I put it in our chat.
I think you put it in the table
table
chat.
Table chat? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As I ricochet concepts. Oh wow. Yep. Yep, that's an 80 senior picture right there.
Yep.
Hang on, let me
It's beautiful.
copy.
Yeah, I'm like, I need that on a shirt. It's fantastic. It's so good.
There
I love
it
it.
goes. And then what I can do is I'll just drop the sketch pad up here on the center of the table real quick. Because I have it on the sketch pad. Boom. Let me get chat out of the way. Bing.
It's like his yearbook picture when he graduates the Jedi Academy.
Yes. So good.
That's the way it should be, darn it.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Grogu.
Y'all, little Grogu.
I'm not going to lie. That was a bit of a disappointment when it came to, like, moments on the show. Like, that's his name? Yeah.
Right, yeah, of all the names.
Well, it's like
Grogu.
every Star Wars name ever. It's like, great show, shittiest names imaginable. I'm Count Dooku. It's like,
Oh, God.
Count Doo-Doo.
Okay, but
Yeah, you know what?
here,
They're asking their kids to name the characters. I guarantee you, that's what it is.
well, and
What does he look like to you?
Why would he be Count Dookie?
Well, and the funny thing there too is it's like, yeah, something weird happened with the prequels, that everything just went off the rails. Cause, yeah,
Yeah, lots of things.
well, I call it the
I can't imagine like at the writers' table. They're like, okay, this guy named Jar Jar. It's like, what? Who authorized this?
Who thought this was a good idea?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I call it the Peter Jackson effect. Because it happened before Lucas did it. But Peter Jackson, huge, did big, massive things. And then he did a remake of King Kong. And there were parts of that movie that were just gorgeous and amazing. And there were parts that's like, am I really watching 20 minutes of a giant CG gorilla ice dancing with someone? And I theorize that everyone else on the production said, dude, you can't do this. We can't have 20 minutes of giant ape ice dancing. That's not going to work. And then they looked at each other. Who's going to tell Peter Jackson he shouldn't do this?
Everybody.
Like how?
Right.
Everybody should say something.
But
Yeah, I imagine it was the same thing with George Lucas.
Yeah.
Like they were like, who's gonna tell George Lucas no?
yeah, Lucas like, I got this idea for this crazy guy that's kind of like Cajun-ish and speaks with this really like bad dialect, and it's going to be really evocative of some really horrible stereotypes, and it's going to be funny. And everyone kind of went, well, how do we tell him no?
I mean, maybe that was the case at the time, but I think it is important for people to tell people no, and not like in like a, yeah, you're too big to tell no, and more like a, this is a bad idea, and then if they go ahead and do it anyway, you were right. You know what I mean? They can be mad at you all they want at the time, but I mean, all of these things came out at the end of being like just pure wrong.
Yeah.
You got that I told you so ammunition.
It's not meant to be ammunition. It's meant to be when you work on your next product. This was the guy that was honest with me, and I should have listened to him.
That there was a novel that came out when I was trying to be a writer, so about the same time, and it was a really badly conceived science alternate reality science fiction novel, and it had some really horrible racial stereotypes in it. And I won't go into great depth, but the woman couldn't get it published. Like she tried, and she ended up self-publishing and then self-promoting and then starting like a publishing company so it would look like her book had been bought by somebody. She launched her own publishing company to get it out there. And then when people started saying your book is deeply problematic, she responded by like creating fake reviews to argue against the critiques. And there's a point, it's like, could you get a hint from everyone telling you this is a bad idea? Maybe you should stop.
Hey, yeah, some people just don't take no for an answer. There's like they just
If I could, I'd buy my own book to make it a bestseller.
With enough money, you can. So
There's a whole lot of conversations on that one we're not having tonight, but yes. You absolutely can inflate your sales numbers that way.
you can even give yourself a huge discount.
I would love to try to do that, but I don't have enough money to make myself a bestseller. But you can still find copies of Fantasticon on Amazon if you look. There's not a lot left, but they're there. Which also reminds me I need to update the PDF for the Kindle. So, you get back to what is it called? It has a name.
Second house, or I think you said, or second home.
Otter nails that one right there. Some people are just too attached to their art to hear any criticism about it. That's why I'm glad you guys don't look too close at D&D Beyond's forums, because in the DM section there's a lot of stuff that I think out loud on paper. Let's see, where's my town stuff? Yes, the second home Inn and Tavern. You reach your way back there, and the Tavern Keep has heard what has come, and is kind of waiting for you. He's got water on for tea. He can make coffee if you need it. He's got a couple of things of bread and cheese set up. Heard you'd be coming back this way. I've already sent Ansia up to set up a room for you. Do you have horses to be taken care of? Because I can go wake my son.
Thank you, but no.
Oh,
all right.
very kind of you.
Want to be eaten before you go up, or should I just have Ansia take you up to your rooms?
I've been eaten a couple times today. I think I just want to go to sleep. You guys can eat. Don't let me be a Debbie Downer.
I'm already eating cheese.
I'm done.
Oh, I'm eating. I'm sorry. I'm eating.
The elf throws off all pretense and immediately pulls the plate of cheese, meats, and breads to herself. Like, I'm gonna be right here.
Yep. Have
I will
a good
probably
night.
grab something off someone's plate and just eat it while I'm going up the stairs.
Yeah, I'll see you guys up there in a minute. I'm gonna enjoy this cheese and stuff.
Dagon's definitely having some beers.
Okay. The girl who takes you up shows Frederick to one of the rooms. It's a decent sized space. It has 4 bunk beds in it. A chest. This will be for the gentleman. The lady will have the room across the hall. And she heads back down after she hands you a key. And she sets the other key on the bar. She goes behind and says, "This is for you, my lady. Your room is across the hall from the gentleman. It's a little bit smaller, but it is just you."
Oh, I thank you kindly.
Your own room? Well, what am I here?
There are plenty
Oh,
of beds
boy.
in the larger of the 2 rooms. Well, the tavern keep kind of cocks a grin. Just makes you feel any better. She's practically sleeping in a broom closet by herself.
Oh, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
And then as soon
But
as
it's my
literally
own
going
room.
to reach over to wherever the nightstand is to put the, like, from the bed, like I'll face plant on the bed, reach over to put the key on the nightstand and pass out. Like my hand is still out holding the key. Wherever it just
as he kind of moves some stuff, he leans back over to Nebula or to Samaris. It's actually not that small, but I think he needed to hear that it was.
It's okay. Thank you kindly. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Breakfast is included. We usually have up potatoes and bacon first thing at first light. So, and then we'll get you on whatever you need. Do you need anything else from me, or I'm going to head back in for the evening? It is late.
No, thank you. Thank you for everything. Have a wonderful night.
Hi, we don't usually get a lot of custom on the 3 nights of the moon, so we do appreciate a chance to ply our wares.
Absolutely. We appreciate your hospitality.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are paying for it.
Oh.
I spit all the food back out.
What, you thought this was free?
Don't worry, Yurt's got this. He's got us covered. I'll put his money on them.
You're...
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Poor Yurt.
Well.
Well, I was gonna let the family have the money, but then she was like, "I don't even want the body." So I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, it's kind of shady. I have no son. He's literally alive right here. I have no son. Okay.
Well, he did
Kind of
get
rude, but
he did get his dad killed.
Could you tell us what the name of your company is?
Well, I just no
he
wonder why
didn't
that
do
kid
on
ran away.
purpose.
He's got a terrible mother.
Yeah, I was about to say it's kind of like deflecting a little bit.
Maybe. Anything else happening interesting before you guys call it a night?
Nope.
Okay.
I imagine though that Dagan snores very loudly all the time.
Yep. Good luck, guys. I got my
I
own
find
room.
it very comforting.
Don't have to hear that.
I actually sleep sounder when he starts snoring.
It's like having a fan on.
I'm used to it.
The
But
ambient
how many
noise.
missions have we done? Yeah, this is home.
Not that many, actually. All right. So you eat up the food, leave the plates on the counter, on the bar, find your way up to your rooms. The first room, as described, is a fairly large space meant for, decent sized company. The private room is slightly more than a bed and a dresser and enough space to walk. It's humble, and there's, the layout of the tavern is really not, or the inn is not meant to house a lot of people, but it's meant to provide options. So like the one side of the hall is a bunch of doors to small rooms, and there's 2 larger rooms on the side the gentlemen are on. Morning seems to break, and you're awakened to the smell of roasting potatoes, sizzling bacon, and the distinct scent of freshly brewed hot brown morning potion.
Man, you know what? Today I could totally use some hot brown morning potion. Dragon Prince was so good. I have to say it every time I think about it. He was so good.
You make your way down, one in small numbers. The tavern is quietish. There's a couple other people that have come in for breakfast. One of which is dressed, fairly nicely. A pack of scrolls tucked up, wrapped up in a leather bound as he sips and drinks his coffee and snacks lightly on some potatoes. There's another young couple that are sitting by the door, kind of whispering about something. They look stressed, but not freaked. The tavern owner sees you, comes down and waves you over to a table near the bar. So, anything special you need this morning? Anything I can help you with?
Just the food, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Some potatoes, bacon, and
Of
some
course.
tea.
Of course. Aja will be around with them shortly.
I need an ale as well.
Not an inappropriate way to start Wednesday, my good man.
Nope. It's always the right way.
He comes back with the ale specifically for you as his daughter lays out the food, and curtsies as she heads back to the bar to do what needs doing, clean dishes, wipe down glasses. What are y'all thinking?
Shovels food in face.
I'm thinking that Banshee's not gone.
Well, yeah, same. I'm thinking, where did the Banshee go? And it seems like she possibly regained some, if not all, of her life force back from, taking it from Yurt. I mean, I'm not sure, but that's what it seemed like.
I'm thinking that we should keep our parties smaller so that way there's less people that get possessed when they die.
Yes,
We'll
agreed.
need to find some way to keep me from instantly dying the moment she opens her damn mouth.
Yeah.
Big mouthful of bacon.
That's true. Yeah, how can we shield from that? like shield the whole party from that screech of doom.
I think we need to find out how long this has been going on. See if we can't figure out a root cause, and we can figure out where she's from, where she's at.
Yeah. Yeah. All good questions. Definitely.
And we should lock up the kids while we can.
Yeah, all children in the town.
They either
Lock
learn
them
their
up.
lesson or have sworn vengeance. So we'll find
Yeah.
out.
No more lovers trysts.
The barkeep actually overhears that last bit, and he turns to his daughter and goes, "And you take good note of those kind souls." And she kind of gives him that preteen look of, "Dad," and then literally just turns on her heel and goes back into the kitchen.
You're ruining my life.
And he shuts it. "I don't see the way you're looking at that young man over at the livery.
Oh my.
It's not my
Take
imagination."
away your scrying stone.
I guess that would be the equivalent in Dungeons and Dragons of saying, "Okay, hand over your phone."
That or like a sending stone.
Yeah, no sending stone for a week. Come on, Dad.
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
I hate you too, dear.
And somewhere there's a dark face thinking, go ahead, say it. Say you wish you were never born. Go ahead, say it.
Well, is there who can we talk to who would be the most knowledgeable person about this said banshee?
The barkeep kind
That's
of
the barkeep. That.
he kind of leans over on the bar itself towards you. "Well, I'm not gonna lie, Sir Ansgar has always served the town well as our warden. He's been a good lord for quite some time. Word is actually that there may even be some elven blood in his family. It's how he's been able to maintain his seat for so long without it passing to his daughters. Poor man, widower. Hard life as a single father, I suppose, even if you're a noble. There's also a couple of enchanters in town that have been off and on making noise that they had studied such things. There was a word out, actually, that the young Winfred had started researching it herself."
And who is this young Winfried?
Winfried, she has a shop across town. Mostly, wives' tales and stories and such. You might go and inquire there. Volcrum has a place, he's more established. He actually owns the one tower. You may have seen as you were coming into town.
We were here distracted by the children. We'll definitely have to take a look.
Yes. Yeah, I was just gonna ask where we can find all of these individuals that we may want to talk to.
Well, if you get to a clearing, it's not hard to find Volcrum's tower. You just look up. When you see the thing sticking up above the streets, that's where you head. Now, Winfred's shop, that's...
Everywhere I look, I gotta look up, buddy.
Fair enough. Winfred's shop, that's a little hard to find. You go about 3 blocks into town and hang a right. And then 2 blocks past the well, you hang a left. And then when it splits, you bear to the right and then immediately bear left. And you'll come to a courtyard. And on the south corner of that is a guy who knows that neighborhood better than I do. And you ask him. He's always out sometime between breakfast and noon. I could try to give you
sounds
more
about right,
directions,
yeah. But you don't know them. It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Well, I know how to send people to the experts.
That's the way to be.
Well, where and who do we want to talk to first?
I'd say we go to the mage's place first. This is my favorite terrain, so I'll have a better chance of getting there instead of getting lost in a freaking forest. So I get to roll an advantage into my personal terrain, and then we'll see if we can't find. We'll be able to find the tower. This is going to be the hard part.
Yeah, the tower is not terribly hard to find. Although it was the other enchanter that he referenced as the one who had attempted to investigate had been rumored to be investigating the Banshee.
Yes, we want to check her out first.
Okay. Anything else before you set out for the morning?
I know you had said like silver weapons or something, or
I thought I heard in passing that silver weapons might work, but we should we gotta double check because
We gotta confirm, yeah, first. I think.
Right, let me double check on how the natural explorer works. Okay, it's not advantage. It's my proficiency bonus is doubled for proficient skills when I make an int or whiz check related to it.
That's handy. Okay. So you set off. And vaguely remembering how many blocks to go before you turn right and left as you work your way through the town. And it's almost weird because you remember walking these last night and it was a ghost town. And now there's activity. People are going about their days. People are carrying laundry to washers. People are hanging clothes up on lines. People are bringing in not really great crops to sell, but there's food. Lots of potatoes and other roots and tubers, and you're pretty confident there's a guy selling lots and lots of mushrooms. You pass a tannery, and it's about 3 blocks over, but you know it's a tannery as you go by. And you eventually end up in a courtyard, and sure enough, there's a gentleman sitting on a bench in front of another tavern, sipping away at a thing of coffee. And he goes, "Oh yeah, you take a right, take a left, take a right. She's on the corner."
Thank you, sir. Enjoy our hot brown morning potion.
And then he turns back to skimming through a series of scrolls that he's flipping through and reviewing. And you head down your way. You approach the shop. It is marked with a placard that shows a glowing wand over a chalice. Indeed, yes, lots of potatoes. Like things that grow well when there's not sunshine. as the Irish are fond of knowing. Such a beautiful
I
land.
love potatoes. My favorite.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's amazing.
Potatoes and mushrooms. I mean, like I'm down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here. Especially if they got the vodka going too.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
I mean, that's primarily what potatoes are for.
And that is flammable.
True. And not to be used for
You should
anti.
start a potato farm.
Make a note of
Potatoes can be French fries, baked potatoes,
that. And explosives.
hash browns, vodka. It's like the other vegetables aren't even trying.
Not like potatoes.
Those can be like everything. It could be chips. It could be fries. It could be mashed potatoes. It can be anything.
It's the equivalent of shrimp for the Bubba Gump universe.
Oh, that'll be a long scene to play through. Okay.
Yeah, Got
Pink.
hash browns, potato pancakes, tater tots,
Oh, God.
French fries.
The whole walk, the dwarf is
Latkes.
just rolling them
Latkes,
off
yeah.
with the bet brawler back and forth. And we could do this. When you get to the shop, the sign over the door reads Winfried I should have practiced this more. Winfried Volranova, enchantress and purveyor of fine magical oddities. The paint is still like pristine.
Okay.
The shop is completely dark. There is no sign of life within it. When you try the door is locked.
There are hours posted on this. Knock, knock, knock.
Nope.
Is there anyone around, or is this kind of like off of Main Street?
It's off of Main Street. It's there's nobody, there's no like market right here. There's not a lot of foot traffic here. It's as you kind of take a moment to take stock, you realize that most of the buildings are actually not that well maintained over here. And you start to get the vibe
You
that
can double back and ask the dude.
yeah, the dwarf
I'm
even
gonna pull a lockpick out of my my vest, and I'll be like, "Hey, we want to take a look around."
Well, we might need this person's help.
All right, I'm just saying, we got options.
Well, we'll ask this guy first, and then if we got to do it dirty, we got to do it dirty.
as you work your way back to the gentleman direction giver, Frederick in particular, who has really grown up in the city, even more than Dagon, is picking up the vibe that this is the kind of place where you pull your coin purse closer to you, and you definitely walk with one hand on the hilt of your blade. In fact,
It's our kind of place.
the few people you have seen have all moved, either turned immediately down an alley or moved to the opposite side of the road from you. None of them are trying to stare you down, but none of them are interested in crossing paths with you either.
We don't look like the nicest fellas.
As you approach the gentleman who's drinking his coffee, he looks up to see you. He's like, "Ah, welcome back. Did you find what you needed with her?"
We found a place, but the lights were off, door was locked.
Oh, she should be up by now.
I knocked, and not a stir.
Well, I can have some of my boys ask around a bit to see if everything's on the up and up. It'll take a while, but I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard of her moving back in with. Well, we don't talk about those things down here. I haven't heard anything befalling
come
her.
on. We're back in with who?
Oh, it's bad luck to talk about a woman and her father. Families are meant to be. Family issues remain within the families. It is bad luck to speak ill of them or of them at all.
I wasn't planning on speaking ill, but I do see what you mean about them at all.
Nope, we don't speak of that. What happens within the house stays within the house. What happens in the street, well, that's a totally different matter.
Oh,
Can I,
anything happened?
Yeah, what
Has anything?
happened in the street?
Yes. Has anything happened in the street?
Well, as far as I think all of you are concerned, as of now, nothing has happened in the street, and perhaps we'd all like to keep it that way.
Oh.
I don't know, man. That cat.
Yeah, the
That
one
cat
thing,
has seen some things.
to be fair, you have come across exactly 3 creatures not scared of the banshee. 2 of them almost died, and 1 of them is a cat. Perhaps there's a reason for that.
I can't talk to animals, so that's up to you guys.
So what's your thought on the your plan from here? Then head back to the store, or do you want him to ask around on your behalf?
Let him ask around. We can go check in with the other guy. Then
Sure,
if we
I'm-
don't hear anything, we could no.
I
we're
think-
gonna hold off on the breaking and entering. Okay.
I
New leaf. Remember, new leaf.
It's
I
you're
think-
a
trying to.
wellness check, man. It's a
I think-
wellness check.
I think we should go Dagon's route, to be honest.
Come on, guys. He's trying to go on the straight and narrow. That was the whole point of taking this job.
I mean, it's a little. I mean, it's for the good of the town. We're trying to help people here.
It's for a good cause, you know. It's in like what I used to do, you know. Totally different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, democracy, right? Let's see what the paladin says about breaking and entering. If the paladin agrees, then we'll totally do it. And again, I'm not saying off the table. I'm just saying let's exhaust these other options first, and then break and enter into our house if we can't figure anything out.
Wait, time is
Yeah,
of the
I'm
essence.
I'm against breaking in at this point.
Party pooper.
You would have to prove that somebody's in trouble or something.
The town
Right-
is in trouble.
Right now, she just slept in for all we know.
But Yurt is dead. We have a problem.
Yeah, well, and that guy said that she should be up by now. He said, "Oh, it's weird. It's outside of her normal character to not be there."
And he's going to check on it and get back to us afterwards. Then I'm totally okay with it. Or we can split up and you guys can break and enter and we can go talk to the Lord. If you want to save time. But now we've kind of been like, hey, why don't you check into it and then we break into our house while they're looking for her or what?
If you're watching on chat, a poll has appeared for your convenience.
I like that. Let's see what they say.
I don't know if we have an audience
weigh
that's like at their computers ready to slap down a button. So
Weigh in with
Well,
your
but
thoughts.
we can vote though, right? So
yes,
We can vote. I'm sure it'll end up the same as it is now.
Squishy has opinions.
see the problem is I was already at the maybe, so
Jeez.
oh man, democracy is not in your favor right now. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go break into a house. If they have magic, which looking at the building they probably do, it may be more than just a regular lock. Just saying. Which we've dealt with before.
I mean, that is a good point.
I mean, I'm not saying we got to go in and steal stuff. Just open it up, take a peek around. You know, a little yoo-hoo. What's going on?
Yeah, literally. You know, you open the door, yell yoo-hoo.
Democracy is saying yes, so let's go.
Oh no, the poll's not popping up for everybody. Maybe I have the wrong button pushed. It should be near the top of the chat panel.
It's like at the very top, yeah. There you go.
I know
yeah,
sometimes-
the yes wins.
Sometimes it doesn't always like show up, which is weird. I know it's happened to me before.
I'll file that one away for later use as things we can try. But
It's like on the
if you want to say something quickly, Otter, what your vote would be helpful. But it seems like the votes are to go ahead and pick the lock. Not that you guys are bound by those at all.
No, it's interesting, to see what chat thinks or, get their feedback on what we should do.
But you're not bound, so I need a plan. Wait for the guy to ask around, or go Dagon's route of a wellness check.
Oh, that's 3 yes. All right, let's go.
Well, here's the fun part. You arrive at the enchanter's shop, and
I'm gonna knock one more time first.
knock again. There's still no answer. Very much no answer. Dagon's gonna have to get the lock open. It's not a done deal either. I mean, it is a shop, so there's a sizable chance he might not get in.
Yeah, you may
What
not
would
be
you
able to
want me
pick
to
the
roll
lock.
for this? Like
Try-
sleight of
These
hand?
tools, you get your probably your dex and your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, because I have the proficiency for it, but there's no button for the tool.
Yeah, I have it too. So I mean, if you fail, I'll be like, let me see that.
let's see here.
Of course, we had to have 2 people that know how to pick locks. Why
Because
are we
of
so? Why
course
are we
you
such
did.
a lawful,
No, you're fine.
good party?
Oh, you're not a lawful good party.
I'm totally chaotic good.
You're a chaotic party. It's just different shades of chaotic.
We have a paladin.
In fact,
Who
Dagon's about
also
the.
is like the
I
the
think
baddest person here.
I think Dagon is the first chaotic neutral character I've encountered in 25 years of gaming that I didn't want to like rip their character sheet up and send them home. Because this
Well, I
is
actually put chaotic good on my sheet because, like,
Yeah, we're kind of chaotic good.
he still wants to do
definitely.
the ultimately the good thing, but just
you
doesn't really
robbed
care about
a
how you get.
dead man.
Hey,
Twice.
she said she didn't want the body.
You robbed a dead man
You robbed him
before
you
you
knew that.
knew. I mean, all worked out, but
Hey, the greater good costs money too. So just to get there,
It's
you
true.
got to pay the
It's
way
true.
somehow.
okay. So you slip the stick pin into the lock, twist it to the right, twist to the left. You take a step back, spin yourself once for good luck, and the door opens.
Hey, I still got it.
Nice.
I never doubted that. I just doubt that this is the best idea. Get inside.
Everybody in. Everybody in.
Ushering everybody in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the old look like 7 ways to make sure nobody's coming.
Well, I mean, we know how to do that. I don't know if they know how to do that.
You slip inside.
As Techie's probably like, I hate all of this.
How is Azteki taking this? What is the paladin doing in this moment of breaking and entering?
I would have preferred to be on the part to talk to the other guy and leave you guys to do this.
So are you going in or are you standing watch on the curb?
I'll stand watch outside.
That's fair. The shop itself is not as impressive as you would think from the outside. It has a lot of wooden racks for wands, display cases. It has velvet pillows to set artifacts on, and most of them are empty. And there's no sign that they have been robbed recently. There's a moment where you're like, man, this is kind of a... She's not doing a real good business here or anything yet. The shop itself isn't very large. There's a back room that's attached to it. And as you work your way back into the back room...
I'm going to call out because we're not robbing this place. We don't need to be sneaky.
Which is good because
Hey, Winfried. Hello.
there's not a lot to steal.
We're going to talk about the banshee you're researching, maybe?
As you work your way back to the back room, you're immediately hit with the smell of rotting flesh.
See, I told you guys. I knew it. I was like, we got to check on it.
All right. Well,
what do we see?
I guess we should, check
'Cause we
out.
gotta see. Now we gotta know.
Yeah, we gotta check it out.
The back room is completely tossed. One of the tables is flipped over. There's broken glass.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody didn't like her researching the banshee.
And the body is sitting at on a chair at what looks like an enchanting table that has been wiped clean on either side. All the accoutrements have fallen to the table left and right, and most of them have smashed when they hit the ground. One hand is holding a quill, and on the ground, on the floor, next to the other hand is a bloody dagger. And she looks as though her throat has been slit.
Time to roll some investigation. CSI time.
Then by all means, let us know if there's no medical
Um,
camera and you can call.
There's a parchment.
This becomes CSI Ravenloft.
Just kind of talk through what's going on. Okay?
The quill's at the bottom of the parchment where someone has been writing,
Good night.
and
I'll send you a
the
letter
note she appears to have left
and we'll
reads,
follow up with you in a couple days if we don't hear from you again tonight. Okay?
where are my notes? There it goes.
You're very welcome.
Dearest Father, I was wrong. I never should have left our tower. I will never be the enchantress you hoped I would be as I grew, and I am sorry for dishonoring you and disappointing you. I have failed in so many ways that I see no way forward for myself but to admit my own errors in my own death. I love you. I am truly sorry, and I wish you all the best. Winfried Volranova, daughter.
I don't know many people that toss their own apartments before they kill themselves. I don't even need to roll a check for that one.
Right. Agreed. And she's been made to. I feel like she's been made to look like she killed herself.
Does the dagger have blood on it? Like, does it look like the
Yeah,
like
you
the
said it was
slash
bloody.
would come from that?
You don't need to make an investigation roll for that.
Was there anything of value in this place?
Well, the shop still, everything out in the shop is still there. It looks like there's not a lot to be said there, but there's some stuff there.
Maybe
I'm going to go ahead and
she-
roll that investigate, see if I can figure out anything then.
Okay.
Maybe she's
Yeah.
had some sort of magical artifact that somebody wanted.
I do get that double proficiency.
Jeez.
It's another 2, so that's 24.
Okay, so
Looks like this was Murder, She Wrote.
if she wrote if she wrote the note with her right hand, why did she cut her throat with her left?
Hmm.
Seems rather odd.
This looks staged. But for who?
It's a setup.
Well, looks like her family. I guess the question is why?
Mm-hmm.
I
I
need,
may have to pay a visit to her father to find out.
can everyone who's inside the shop roll me a perception?
Okay.
Hey, why doesn't somebody go and get me?
We just been here for a couple seconds, but we can come get you in a minute.
Bum, bum. Wow. Where were these rolls when you guys were fighting?
Waiting
know.
over here.
Waiting for this moment.
They're here.
Look at that.
Yep.
2021
That's
and a
clearly CSI is
17. Even
not-
Dagon notices stuff at this point.
We're well rested and baconed.
Yep.
Yeah, well, and there's nothing like the thrill of a little B&E that,
Wakes you up in the
adrenaline
We're
morning.
reinvigorated. We're back
we had
into
some-
our natural habitat.
It's some potatoes and bacon. I mean,
That brain food and hot brown morning potion cannot be understated.
As you start to kind of look around, you notice that there's a underneath the desk, the table, there's a place to slide papers that has not been touched. And you slide out a journal. And as you start to flip through it, there's a series of arcane symbols and scrawlings that are not typical marks in any language you've seen before.
I'm going to run out and get Azteki.
Okay.
Please call for Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Azteki, you stay out here, but we need Steve.
Yeah, we need Steve.
One of them will hear me. Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be Steve, but I'm not sure. Steve can keep watch. Azteki can come in. Which one is more conspicuous, right?
Oh, the raven perching on the light a light post is definitely going to be less conspicuous than the paladin standing there in armor and shield
Right.
in the bad
Agreed.
part of town.
Hey man, it looks like it was a good thing that we came in here. Come in here.
And you do have a reroll bank, by the way, just in case y'all need. I'm not expecting
Yes,
you
we
will,
do.
but just in case you need it. As you flip through the book, the language is definitely not one any of you recognize, except Samara, who is welcome to roll me an Arcana check.
I was just gonna ask. I was like, do I need to roll that? Okay. Oh, oof.
I mean, we got a whole reroll for you to use.
You got a banked reroll.
I mean, I guess I will because I'm the only one who knows what those symbols are.
Twist of fate.
What is that? That's
Broken
not even,
rerolls.
That's not even much better. Jeez. Ay.
You want to add?
You know that you're pretty sure you don't know what it is.
Do you want to add 2 to it to push it over a 10 at least?
I mean, I don't know. What say you guys? Will that give us what we need?
Yeah, I'm all for getting the
Keep it vague
knowledge.
so we don't forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it might give us at least something.
Over a 10 is usually good.
Generally
Yeah,
speaking,
'cause
yeah.
usually it's like 10, 15, 20, or like kind of like the hot spots.
So the storyline gets to continue thanks to the efforts of none other than the amazing Sonic Moon.
Sonic, thank you.
Letting it catch up to me so I can do that. Ah, no, don't do that. There it goes. That's a lot of work on my system. And I will have to ask you about that later, by the way, Sonic. Anyway, back at the task at hand. You recognize the symbols. This is a spell of sorts, a ritual spell, designed to open passageways.
Okay.
It is for unlocking magically locked doors. And as
So it's like it's a spell, like a
It's-
spell scroll.
it's a ritual spell, yes, that she's been working on. You might be able to finish it if you take some time to pore over it and don't roll so horribly again. But as you flip through the process, it makes sense. It's messy. It's not how you would have constructed it. And you can see there are these weird leaps in the magical logic that technically work, but no practiced magician would attempt because it's just too much arcane work. But it checks out. And as you get to the last page of it, you recognize the symbol. The last page is a sketch of an archway marked with arcane symbols, including that of a descending raven.
Okay.
The way into our crazy door at the bottom of that rat and spider
Yeah.
infested cave.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Gotta ask
Interesting.
Steve what he thinks of this. Hey Steve, why don't you take a look at this?
Tell us what it means.
Why is Steve like
Hold it.
Scooby Doo?
Because he kind of is like Scooby Doo. I mean,
Yeah.
you just wanted to say, hey guys, let's split up.
He's the animal sidekick, you know.
Yeah, throw him a Stevie snack.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad I did not fully take a sip of that, otherwise I would have spit that out. Oh.
It looks like
Instead
this.
of Scooby Doo, he just goes squawk.
It looks like out of all the things in her shop, this was one thing that whoever was here didn't find. And may have been looking for.
Well, it's a good thing it was where it was.
So all you have to do now
Yeah, well,
is go see what's behind the door.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
also tell the guy in the tower that his daughter died, and it looks like a murder.
Yes, we may want to do that. That's a courtesy.
Should take the notes. It might have some kind of hidden meaning to it.
He deserves to know.
And that seems like a great place for us to start next week.
I'm
Right.
thinking take that suicide note and just like tie it to Steve's leg and have him just fly it into the tower.
Now he's a
That's
carrier
an
pigeon?
Extremely threatening thing to do. Oh, hey, a note for you, sir. Suicide note from your daughter. What?
Well, that's up to you guys how you want to handle that.
We got to teach Steve to say nevermore as well.
What? Nevermore.
Well, they do mimic very well. So
Right. That shouldn't be hard.
I've heard of like ravens that live in zoos. They will, instead of cawing like they actually do, caw like humans caw to make fun of them.
That's funny.
That's
Yeah, there was
interesting.
somewhere I read an article a couple months back, but they had to like get rid of this parrot exhibit because all the parrots were swearing at all the kids.
Oh yeah, I
no.
heard about that.
Oh my goodness.
That is
Ooh,
that is
can't remember
not the
what zoo it
parrot's
was.
fault.
Yeah.
that's not good. That's really not good.
That would make a great like nighttime attraction for adults, though. Come
Oh,
see
yeah.
the swearing parrots. I would be super into that.
Yeah, how much for the both of them?
And that's where we get to this week. You guys have a clear mission now. Kill the Banshee and don't die. This
So do
time.
we
I
think
gotta
that's
do better at both of those things next time.
what do
And
we
some,
think is behind that door though?
yeah.
Because the spell is to like transport you through.
No, it's to open it.
To open it. Maybe we have to fight the Banshee lady in her own like plane, like the spectral plane. I don't know.
Well, it might be more related to Raven stuff. Like we might get some like Holy Avenger sword or something.
That would be cool.
Yes. We got the shield.
The
Yeah.
sword of Raven kind.
You just
Actually,
as
a
you level
flail
up, you
with
get,
like
you
a
get that item
claw.
per slot.
Feel like I'm being power leveled.
Yeah.
Honestly, like a raven on the end of a flail that like has its claws extended would be freaking cool.
Yeah, that would
That
be
would
cool.
be that would be really cool.
That'll make a pretty good attack.
Could only work not in real life. I don't really know how that would work for real.
And when you crit, like its wings spread and it like directs itself right to where you wanted to hit.
And it's like caw.
But at least you have a clear direction for next time.
A couple.
Also, breaking and entering, always a good idea.
Apparently so.
See, when it's for the greater good, it's worth it.
I would have just hung out on the stoop for a while.
Yeah, and nothing would have happened because she was dead.
Eventually somebody would come in and check on her, right? I don't know.
How long was the body there? Goodbye 24 investigate. Tell me that.
Oh, couple of days at most.
Yeah, it would be a while waiting on the stoop.
It was
Oh.
recent enough that the local guy who knows what's going on in the bad part of town didn't know about it yet. But not necessarily so long ago or so recent that, she hadn't had time to start to smell.
which it doesn't take that long.
Although I can't imagine that an enchanting business gets a lot of patronage in the bad part of town.
You think
Right.
the Lord would buy like a nicer place, or at least a place closer to home?
Well, maybe she set out on her own and without like his approval, or I don't know. Who knows?
We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Well, if you think about it, if somebody set it up to be like, you know, a murder, but it was really to make it look like a suicide, then they have to know the person very well. And if they were rummaging for something, then they know what they were looking for. So it's somebody
Not
close to her.
necessarily.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
could
like
have
a
been,
random thing.
Well, if you think about it, it was sloppy, right? She had the quill in one hand and the dagger in the other hand. It looks like she was forced to write the suicide note.
Yeah, because
But how would they know what to write?
yeah, but if you think about it
That's
though,
the thing. They probably didn't. That's why I'm thinking if we get it to the dad, it might reveal something to us.
if you think about it, if it was somebody who knew her, they would have known what hand she wrote with, and what they would have known the appropriate hand to put it in. I feel
Yeah.
like
Okay.
Plus, they might be an amateur because they would have known which hand to put it in, seeing as she wrote a note with the appropriate hand.
exactly. They.
Yeah, maybe a hired thug for someone higher up.
Mm-hmm.
At least he'll know it's not personal when we break his ribs.
Well, she could have been in the middle of suicide, and they broke in and murdered her.
That would be
They
highly
broke
like.
in and murdered her during a suicide, and then tossed her place, but didn't toss the place right in front. I mean, I don't know, man.
Just going to do Aztecia a solid here. And throw something in chat. It'll take me a second to look it up. Y'all keep talking.
Oh.
Just gotta get the link.
Yeah, there's no way.
It'll take a second.
There's no way. It would have been. I don't think it was somebody that she knew, and I don't think. Yeah. It was that she was in the middle of suiciding, and then somebody came in.
There's a useful link.
In the middle of suicide.
Occam's razor. Yeah,
Seems relevant to pull that out at this moment.
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah, yeah, that applies a little bit.
I have to fix my chat at some point. I changed my chat type, and it looks great on my regular game stream, but now it looks completely borked in here. I have to remember what I did differently. Silly things I have to deal with. It's not a priority. But it's good while y'all are trying to make your game plan for next time, because it also lets me just listen while you make a plan.
Well, so I mean, I think I don't know what you guys think, but I guess I don't know what the priority is for next time as far as like I guess going to tell the
Investigating
dad.
murder, yeah, is probably more pressing than a gate that's been locked for who knows how long. So long ago that nobody really practices the religion anymore, and the cave is overrun by rat people and specters.
Right. Well, and we still have to figure out exactly like have to study the the journal and the notes and everything, and
Right, yeah, we don't
still
even
figure out
100%
how
know how to
exactly
do
the
it.
magic works to open the doorway.
Yeah, I think talking with the wizard dad is probably the best first step. Maybe
Is
get
he a
some more.
wizard, Dad?
He lives in a tower. He's got to be a wizard, right?
Right. I agree. He has to be some sort of
He's a noble, right? I mean,
Related.
not necessarily a wizard.
well. If she was kind of taking it like after him or in his footsteps as an enchantress or whatever, you figured he would have something to do with magic.
I would also throw out there that at no time was it called the town's like manor. It's a tower building inside the town, and it's not that tall. Just to spare you guys the stress.
You did say he was a lord, right?
No, there is a lord, the warden, Sir Ansgar, who is a separate personality.
Okay. Yeah, he's
I
different.
had them mushed together on accident.
Yeah, there's Sir Ansgar von Ebervich is the warden over the town, the city, and then one of the enchanters is Volkram Hertivovich, and he's the one that has the tower in town for enchanting and other magical purposes.
I'm gonna sell some magic weapons.
Mm.
Or Nebula can
Enchanted.
use spells.
Mm.
Mm.
That's
That would-
like my favorite class because it's kind of like you're a Pokemon trainer. And instead of Pokemon, you
collect them all.
Yeah, collect them all.
I like it. Sounds good.
So there are 3 ways we could go next session then, because we still probably should talk to the Lord too.
The Lord, yeah. I mean, if anything, just because he probably knows more about the Banshee than most people, and
Right, he's been
maybe
around
he
for a long time.
maybe he has some interest in that magical doorway for some reason, as well.
Hey, that's our magical doorway. We don't need to be talking about it to everybody.
Just throw that out there.
At least the dad, we should probably tell about it because his daughter was looking into a way to open it.
We
Yeah.
could
She
also,
was murdered.
the warden should probably be informed that there's a murder in his town, right?
True, that as well.
100%, yes.
Yep.
So do we think this is connected to the what are we fighting? The
Banshee.
Bazanji.
the Banshee, thank you. I couldn't get the words.
Either it didn't
Oh.
hit you
Bad
enough,
witch.
or it hit you too many times.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I was too tired. So yeah, do we think this murder is connected to the Banshee, or we think we're stumbling across something completely unrelated?
She said she was doing research on the Banshee, so I have a guess that they're related, but we have no proof.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think that they're related somehow.
Okay. I just didn't know if we
But-
were assuming that or not in our investigation
It's possible that it is not.
capacity.
I also
Grab
think
my,
our
Sherlock
troop
Holmes type.
Yeah. I think our party name should be the Orphan Makers because we seem to only save children and end up killing all their parents.
My gosh, that's so true.
I don't want to be known as the Orphan Makers. I'm just going to put that out there.
It's got some negative
Sounds
connotations.
like a terrible weapon name.
The Orphan
The
Maker is a
Orphan
great
Maker.
weapon name. Party
Yeah.
name, no. Like object that can't have like malicious intent, yes.
Oh
I
man,
wouldn't,
that's
I wouldn't
funny.
necessarily be scared of a weapon called the Orphan Maker. A group of people called the Orphan Makers, no thank you.
What's interesting is like my gut reaction is no, you cannot call yourselves the Orphan Makers. That's just wrong. But at the same time, I have heard like every fantasy story arc has somebody whose sword is called Widowmaker, and everyone's cool
Right.
with that.
Yep.
Well, because of like I said, the weapon doesn't have intent. A group of people totally have intent.
But even if someone like if I was reading like a Lord of the Rings-esque novel and someone's weapon was called the Orphan Maker, I would stop and go, okay, no, dude, that's just
That's
wrong.
probably not good.
That's
But what
just
if we didn't name it? What if it was like already named by somebody else? Like when you do reforge the Orphan Maker into the Child Protector? I mean, I don't know. The Orphan Maker reforged.
something like that.
It is now Protective Services.
God, even in this world, you get nervous when someone brings that up.
Right. Child Protective Services. Yeah.
Okay, so I've made some notes. So your just we can talk about more in Discord this week as to where you want to head first. I'm guessing you're gonna go check in with the town enchanter first, and then head on out, and then check in with the noble.
But depending on what we find out, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, if we don't find if it's like, oh, we should talk to the noble first, then we can talk to the noble, because like heading out to to the place where Azteki swore the oath seems like more of a trek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking tower, and then from depending on what we hear from there, then maybe hit up the warden, and then kind of go from there.
Oh yeah, only because
Right.
the warden is probably like partially responsible, right? They're gonna have to deal with this situation.
And we can pick a fight with the Banshee.
If it wasn't for you meddling orphan makers.
Well, the
Hurry to
Banshees.
the orphan maker machine.
I mean, technically, we did say we were gonna go rescue the kids and bring them back alive. You know, bring them back to the town safe and alive. But we
Yeah.
didn't say that about the parents.
And you never promised
True.
his wife anything. You promised him you would get his kid back,
True.
Which we did.
which you
Yeah,
did.
they were supposed to read the small print. That's on them.
Man, that's
We
harsh.
didn't ask for them to come. Although we probably wouldn't have found the place without them.
Yeah, no, we'd be dancing with wolves.
Yeah.
Truthfully, after that combat, I would have preferred the wolves.
Yeah, somebody said that Banshees don't make very interesting boss fights, and I kind of thought, hold my beer.
Yeah. Wait. Just you wait.
I can make this interesting.
With enough fodder, it's like nearly impossible.
Well, I was obviously I was angling for a particular outcome. I was hoping not to make it too painful to survive.
Well, I think too, like each one of those like ad spawns that she made, when they would hit somebody, I'm getting the feeling that it was healing the Banshee.
Oh, yeah,
Like every
totally.
time they're hitting somebody, they're healing back up.
Right.
He's got to figure out how to deal with that.
We need some AoE.
Yeah, I was surprised getting you up didn't make the thing disappear. I figure if they were like connected, like I thought I could have got a twofer on that one, but I wasn't
It
gonna.
was a good idea.
I wasn't gonna argue with the ref.
Yeah, I thought that might happen too.
Oh no. You need a different way to get rid of those.
Yeah, I don't think it's
And
that
they're mostly
easy.
sharp.
You need a different way to get rid of those. Which I'm gonna have to have those, but that won't be a problem I think for a bit. I got some more time to keep planning that. Maybe.
Yeah, we need to get some more AOE spells in Neb's arsenal.
Grab some magic weapons.
Yeah. I agree.
But it is 11:15 where I am at. So I am going to actually have to wrap things up myself because I have to work in the morning. And it is
Ditto.
going to
Same.
sting because it's my first day after winter break.
Eek.
And I actually had the bright idea.
Yeah,
that
good luck.
I set my alarm this morning for 7:30 with the intention of getting up so I could get used to getting up first thing in the morning. And the end result is I rolled over and turned off my alarm like I've been doing for the last 2 weeks.
I literally did the exact same thing this morning.
There.
Indeed.
So let's see who's out and around tonight. There we go. Raven is up, which he always has fun shows, but I'm actually going to throw everyone that's here over to Indoor Adventurer, who is also an amazing content streamer. He does a lot of great stuff. He runs great D&D games on his channel, and he is totally the place to go. I just want to make sure he was still up. Although if you're looking for absolute off-the-wall crazy fun, don't not check out Raven because he puts up some really good stuff. But
Yeah, he does.
he does. But that's it for this week. We'll be back in a week to continue the story into Act 2. We appreciate everyone coming out and having a good time. If you had fun, Nebula, where do we find you?
Me?
Yes. If people had fun and they want to see more of you, where do they go?
You can go to twitch.tv/Nebula Gaming.
Awesome. And Nebula does amazing variety streaming. She's like one of the best I know for keeping chat busy and chatting. And Jeremy Spinney-Helm is also continuing to stream. Do you know when you're going to be on this week?
No, my work schedule changed, unfortunately.
Okay, so then pop over to you and give a follow. And then you'll know. You know, the standard things. Hit follow, hit notify.
Hit the notifications.
Okay. So if you're here, we're going to fire this up so you can go say hey to... Come on. Come on, Brad. I know you're limping. I know you're limping. Maybe. I'm clicking the button and nothing's happening.
You can do it.
There it goes.
Yeah, Twitch has been through a lot.
Yeah, Twitch has been
The past
this
couple
past
days.
this past week it's been having issues, struggling.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also a certain amount of my system is just I need to reboot my computer before work tomorrow.
Probably.
I've asked a lot of it over the last several days. So, and tomorrow I'm going to be crazy and try to show a movie. So,
Hey.
Oh, okay.
yeah, this will be interesting.
It would be probably best to send them a link and give them time to do it asynchronously, quote unquote.
Yep, well, we'll have to see. We're going to get this raid going in a second here. Thank you for coming by tonight. Assuming everything restores. We'll see everybody back here next week. I think the raid is ready to launch. And if it's not, I'll also be back on Tuesday for the happy hour at the Old Time Tavern. If you want to come listen to two old farts talk about Dungeons and Dragons from a collective 85 years of experience, that should be a good time. And so hopefully that'll go through. And until next time, everybody stay safe.
All right.
And I'm going to push this button just to get us out.